If you're not down by the river, where you at? Hmm. All right. Good morning. All right. We got Karlach at the end of yesterday's session.
How long do you think we've got before the goblins come? We should be getting drunk at least. No fun waiting for death sober.
I'm guessing you can't have a conversation with him unless you've got our Githyanki Queen in the party.
You ain't gonna shoot me. Your hands are shaking.
Put it down. She can't fight back.
That's the point. Get out of the way.
She didn't kill your brother, Arca. You're better than this.
Your mind wanders. If the crossbow bolt shot through her mouth, would she taste the metal before she died?
Shoot before you lose your nerve, Tiefling. If you ever had it to begin with.
This is wrong, isn't it?
I didn't ask for you to say a damn thing! Keep out of it!
Move in front of the crossbow.
Looks like the Absolute sent me a protector. You're gonna kill him too? You, move!
I know the rumor, Hector. Bethesda still hasn't made a peep about it. I know that my social media for the last 24 hours has been absolutely filled with a supposed leak. Let's try to detect thoughts.
Stop it! Get out of my head!
Oh no! Wow, that made us go into combat. Is that gonna piss off the whole town?
I'm gonna bite the heads off your kids, and your birdies, and your dogs.
Where do I go from here?
Let me out, you bunch of softies!
Yeah, I've never seen this either. This is the first time.
You're gonna be sorry, every last one of you!
Where line of sight? Can I jump past? No, Asterian's blocking her.
I'm gonna bite the heads off your kids
I've never seen this before. I've done this
and your dogs.
girl in the cage like probably 40, 50 times over the years through early access and everything. I've never once seen this outcome. What? I'm not going to accept it, but I am going to follow through with it just to see. But I'm not going to, I can't kill innocents. Like, I'm hoping they'll back down when I get them. Oh, you know what I wonder if I could do?
Sorry, every last one of you.
What now?
Oh, you tits are all boring. Even your cages are boring. Moving.
Oh, I can't toggle it. Oh, yeah, I can.
I'm gonna bite the heads off your kids and your birdies and your dogs.
Oh, I should have switched to melee. My bad.
Setting up. Over there.
Knocked out temporary.
A bunch of softies.
Another fight. Let's go.
You're gonna be sorry, every last one of you. On I go.
Let's cook with fire, baby. Jimmy on the go.
Oh, you tits
Blood
are all
comes easy
boring.
these days.
Even your cages are boring. Time to meet your maker.
Can you feel death's cold grip? Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm gonna bite the heads off
In
your
position.
kids and your birdies and your dogs. Your time has come.
So see, I got an attitude loss, which I would prefer not to take. So I am gonna load the game. That's really interesting. I'd never seen that before. Yeah, it's. I'm not gonna accept it. I just wanted to follow through with it and see what the outcome was. Yeah, I can't. I don't know why that triggered combat. Apparently, she got mad that I was trying to read her mind. Not what I wanted to have happen.
Shoes. Where are my boots?
All right, he won't talk to
How long do you
me
think we've got before the goblins come?
because I don't have Lazel with me. Skip,
You ain't
skip,
Put it down.
skip,
the point.
skip,
Didn't kill
skip,
Your mind.
skip, skip.
Shoot before you lose your nerve, tiefling.
You move.
I made the roll that time.
Cannon would hate me for this, but he's not here. They took him from me.
What would Cannon think of you now?
Don't you dare! care if a goblin lives or dies?
Because if she dies, she'll take everything she knows to the grave.
If you believe anything the beast tells you, you're an idiot.
It's alright, Arca. Let's go.
Yay! Alright, psychopath.
Didn't expect to see a drow in here. Did the boss lady send you to rescue me?
Sure.
Yeah. Take me back to the tribe, and we'll tell the boss all about this pretty little place, so she can burn it to the ground. We'll be heroes, blessed by Priestess Gut, in the name of the Absolute.
Guts right the name, tell me more.
Got a whole lab set up, cooks up potions that fix our lads, no matter how much of a beating they take. Could probably stick your head back on if someone was to chop it off. Mighty booyog.
Booyog. Oh, that just made me think of something, guys. Hang on, I'm gonna go make a new thumbnail for this stream. Hang on. Booyog. We gotta go make a thumbnail really quick. Yeah, oh yeah, that's what we focused on yesterday during the first stream. Hector was getting straight to Karlach. How does what is booyog? Hang on. I'm doing something here. I'll be right back. Gotta get this right. I just realized that I hadn't done the special thumbnail for the stream, and she said booyog. I was like, I gotta put that in the title. Yeah, I'm not doing Murder Hobo. I'm doing the good guy version, so it shouldn't impact me, or it may impact me. I don't know. Why did that not download? Oh, hang on. It's trying to do the whole thing. Current page, page 1. There we go. I had misclicked and it was trying to download the entire damn selection of photos. Here we go. All right, let me change the thumbnail on this. There we go. There we go. All right, the YouTube thumbnail has been updated for the stream. Okay. Who's this Absolute?
The Absolute is gold from the sky, she is. The blessing in the storm and the storm itself. We're burning her name across the face of the world, we are.
All right.
And
What?
sorry.
Oh, you know what I should take and I forgot to do? I need to get the knock spell as soon as possible. I wonder if that merchant sells it. I need to go check. Because I might not always have Astarion with me. And I can't remember if they sell knock this early in the game.
Keep your blades up, children. Need anything else?
Yeah, show me your
But please,
goodies.
remember, you're not the only one in need.
Boarding hands. Nah, you don't have any goodies. Nope.
Sylvanus be with you.
Please, let us through. Let my daughter go right now.
She's a thief, hellspawn, and you will wait for Kagha's judgment. Now get back!
Oh, let me through, Mragrasham, or I'll rip your damn throat out. We need to get Arabella out now.
You heard the guards. They're waiting on Kagha to give word.
I'd sooner trek through the 9 hells than trust that snake. Ugh.
I saw what happened. Why are the Druids holding your daughter?
Arabella tried to steal their idol. Druids lost their damn minds about it. They need it for their precious ritual.
Oh, it's all my fault. I told her I wished the wretched thing would just disappear, or better yet, explode.
Now Arabella's being judged by a bunch of druids who hate us. That's not right.
Poor thing must be terrified. Who do they think they are, keeping her away from her folks?
She's just a child. The Druids are Rick. I'll talk to them.
Thank you. They won't give us the time of day.
Hurry! I'm at the end of my tether as is. Can't take this waiting. Damn it! We could have taken those guards.
I'd rather you not get eaten by a bear.
Come, Magrin, give him a chance. You, step back. We'll not tolerate drow in here.
If it weren't for me, you'd be overrun by goblins by now. I'll go where I please.
Keep back. Force my hand, and I'll show you its claws.
A moment, Giona.
What? Why would she allow one of them? I suppose so. Yes. You.
Some leather cloth, some leather,
But a word of
something I
warning.
bought from one of the merchants here, Joe. It had 3 more armor class, and she's my tank, so
Will tear you apart.
I needed something to make her a little more tanky. Wish me luck.
I'm sorry. Please. I'm sorry.
This is madness, Kagha. She's just a...
A what, Wrath? A thief? A poison?
A threat.
I will imprison the devil. And I will cast out every stranger.
A death viper. You've milked their poison before. A single drop of it could kill that child in a heartbeat.
Thief? Poison? What's this girl's actual crime?
Girl? You mean parasite?
She eats our food, drinks our water, then steals our most holy idol in thanks. Raph, lock her up. She remains here until the rite is complete. And keep still, devil. Tila is restless.
Come, Kagha. We took back the idol. Surely...
Do it.
The snake's hiss of approval reveals its intentions. Should the child struggle, it is poised to strike. The death of a child. A timeless tragedy that never grows old.
This is so. There's a lot of Dark Urge dialogue that's I've never seen before. It's very interesting. I haven't been compelled to act on anything since that first corpse, and I didn't choose good or bad. I just chose the intelligence roll. Flick your eyes to the exit so the child will try to run. Yeah, that'll kill the kid. Your mind wants the snake to kill the child, but your heart doesn't. Snap out of it. So I'm going to try to snap out of it.
Her life matters more than satiating your dark fantasies. You focus, and they're gone. But clearly this child's life is in danger.
Okay, now and then I can go to the normal. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Detect thoughts. Oh, that'll be good. That's plenty high enough.
Halsin is gone. I am first Druid now. I will take control and prove my authority.
You've proven your authority. Now prove your mercy.
Fair words. Child, take to the others word of my grace. Sivasif, Tila, to me.
It hurts.
Thank you, Kagha. Master Halsin...
Halsin isn't here. Keep his name off your tongue, lest Tila pierce it.
I'm playing normal difficulty with custom dice, like custom rolls and stuff.
I know that look. You're wondering why I was in pain before. Let's just clear the air about that now. It's just an old wound that hurts me from time to time. Nothing to be concerned about. It's nothing to do with the tadpoles, at least, in case your imagination is in danger of getting away from you. It's just something I have to live with.
How badly does it hurt?
Quite a lot, if I'm being honest. But it always passes quickly, so I can manage.
All right, turn to other matters. Let's get to know each other.
Must we? No harm in a little mystery, don't you think?
We have to rely on each other. Easier if we knew each other as well.
Easier's often less interesting. Besides, we've plenty of reason to rely on each other already. You can't confide in just anyone about a monster in your head.
Fair enough. If you're not comfortable, I won't press you.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll get along perfectly well.
Quick save!
You did well to speak up for the girl. That snake is fickle. A tragedy prevented.
And if I hadn't spoken up, what would have happened?
Nothing befitting a child. Nothing befitting any of our world's creatures. We've let a snake replace our leader. She will see the tieflings driven out, or worse.
Well, she seems happy to rule the roost. Who's your real leader?
Master Halsin. Perhaps Goblin called perhaps dead. He'd set Mistress Kagha back in line. Hold her to task, stop this damned ritual. More will die if the rite is finished. So many more, sent into a world gone mad.
Well, if no one's looking for Halsin, I can take care of that.
Would you? I would give anything to see Halsin return home.
No need to fret. I'll take care of it.
Sylvanus' blessing upon you, and my gratitude as well. Halsin is an elf with the presence of a bear. He left west with the adventurers. You won't mistake the first druid for anyone else.
I may have just had bad rolls in that,
Come
Joe.
on. Stay close.
Please leave. Our hospitality has limits, and they were crossed long ago.
Oh, I failed some sort of a roll that just happened there.
Oh, my savior. I wish you could have visited in better times.
Loic the Rude, for sure. He was not very nice.
So that's what you want? To kill a bunch of innocents? I don't want to kill anyone. Not again.
I see you. Just give me a moment.
Wait patiently.
There. It's up to her now. Life or death. Now what? Drow. Last time I saw one of you folk, he tried to slit me open. I hope you're more agreeable.
Short and squatty, but what a hottie. I'm looking for Nettie.
You found her, but I still don't know what she can do for you.
I hear Halsin's the best healer around. I need to find him.
You and every other soul here. I can help if something's wrong. I'm no Master Halsin, but I can manage.
What you might manage, well, I'll take whatever I can get. You know anything about mind flayers?
Why are you asking?
Well, there's no good way of putting this. I've, something crawled in my eye.
Did it look like a tadpole? But from your worst nightmare? All slime, teeth, and tentacles.
Yeah, Joe, the cambions show up if you take too long, every time. Usually it's around the time the mind flayer is about to die is when they come in to help. Yeah, it's exactly like Hector said. It's a certain number of rounds. I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's right around the time that the Illithid would die. They automatically come in. I've done that fight probably 30, 40 times, and I don't think I've ever beat it fighting, except on easy difficulty on story mode. And I had completely forgot about the command option that you could have Shadowheart do, because that works fairly frequently. But you have to actually change it to have that in her repertoire before you go into that fight, and I completely forgot about that. And I wasn't going to go back and redo it just because I was like, I've already done this a million times. The sword's not that important. All right. It's not like a frog hopped in my eye.
It's a serious condition. Come, follow me. I might be able to help. We need to be quick. This way. Don't worry about him on the table. I'm not in the habit of killing drow. He attacked Master Halsin and I in the woods, leading a pack of goblins. Tadpole crawled out of his head soon after.
He and I have the same parasite.
Seems so. Give Master Halsin a right start. it's why he joined the adventurers on their expedition. To find out what was happening. A pity you got me instead of him. He understands these things. Studied them. Still, we have options. All right. Let's see what we can do.
Uh-huh. I'll take anything that can help.
Of course. Now, tell me what's been happening. Any symptoms? Strange events?
I can merge my mind with anyone else that's infected.
Victims can identify each other. Not that the others know they're victims, of course. How'd you pick up the parasite? Halsin was desperate to find where all this was happening.
On a Mind Flayer ship, I was kidnapped and infected.
A Mind Flayer ship? But Master Halsin was sure. Look, you've been straight with me, so I'll be straight with you. You're dangerous. If you transform here, we're all dead. But you seem like a good soul. You deserve a chance to save yourself. This is a vial of wyvern poison. Swear to me.
Oh, she automatically... Wow, I've never seen this version either, where she just decided... Usually I have to convince her not to stab me with the thorns. I thought you could cure me. What about that branch of yours?
The thorn? Coated in a fatal toxin. It was a last resort, in case I couldn't trust you. I don't have a cure. Only a way out. I'm sorry for misleading you, but I had to be sure you weren't a threat before I told you everything. Now, do I have your word or not?
If you're honest with her, she trusts you, says Brindle. I did not know that. That's cool. Alright, I swear.
I hope it doesn't come to that, but thank you. Here. You know, I've spent my life treating folk and never once saw a Mind Flayer infection. Then suddenly, there's dozens of you. Maybe more. Master Halsin and I were tracking them, studying them, trying to figure out what the hells was going on. Because you should all be changing. There should be a small army of Mind Flayers out there. But you're not. Weird powers aside, you seem perfectly normal.
Just tell me if there's a cure or not.
You can't cure what you don't understand. And as much as I know about Mind Flayers, I can't make heads nor tails of this. It's one of their worms for sure. But this one gives you powers. Telepathic connections. And it doesn't turn you into one of them. Not yet, anyhow.
You said you were tracking other victims. Did they change?
Hard to say. But there's a lot we don't know. Infected, folks like you, have been converging on an old temple of Selûne. And I've no idea why. When Master Halsin heard the adventurers were heading that way, he saw a chance to get answers. Joined on the spot. Whatever he found there, he didn't make it back.
You think he's still alive?
I think so. I hope so. I've sent birds to find him, but they can't get close without goblins trying to shoot them down. You, though, you're one of them. Technically speaking, I mean. They won't kill someone carrying their parasite. If you can find Halsin and get him out of there, we can discover what he learned. And perhaps he can save your life. How's that sound?
Sounds awesome.
Thank you.
I'll take a look.
It would mean everything to the Grove. To me. I wish I could tell you more. But only those adventurers know what happened out there. All I can say for sure is they all went to the old temple of Selûne. And Master Halsin didn't make it back. Good luck out there. And if things start to go bad, remember the vial. Remember your oath.
I need to go out there and find...
There's something in that vessel. Take a closer look.
What vessel? The vessel she just gave me? Oh no, the drow. Track the Druid. Find whatever burrow he runs to and report back to me. Remember, you are only a scout. Do not engage. Do not kill anyone. Simply observe and return. Us to decide what we do next. Oh, hang on. Oh, I didn't realize I got a ding. I was going to check my inventory, but hey. Oh, I need knock for sure. Yeah, I'm going to take Misty Step. I'm going to take a couple of utility spells. Alright, puppy dog, don't attack me. I'm on my way out. We need to go talk to... We need to go find those adventurers. Because they may know more about Halsin. I definitely need to report back to the parents. And we'll talk to Volo on the way out. What's up, Kitten Sunshine? Devon says my favorite race, the Drow.
Find your kind above ground. Rare and intriguing on a day already packed with intrigue. You were at the gates just now, no? When the goblins came? You saw them up close? A few questions, if you please. There's no overstating my interest.
Uh-huh. Ask away.
How would you describe that particular batch of goblins? Size, nature, distinguishing qualities?
You search your mind, successfully recalling various details of goblin behavior.
Common variety goblins, led by a lasher and flanked by booyogs. Give an exact description.
Goblins were of a rare, gem-colored hue and wielded magic blowguns. And the dragon they had marching
arching in the rear, was it of the brass or silver variety?
Dragon? It wasn't a dragon, bro.
Witnesses failed to notice the obvious dragon. Last question, then you'll be quite free. Did the attackers rally to the absolute when they fell upon the gates?
Yeah, they did call the name like a war cry.
They did, didn't they? Oh, curious. Oh, curious indeed. I've interrogated one, a captive in this very camp. She reports they've abandoned their god Maglabiat in favor of someone called the Absolute. The scandal.
Goblin superstition, not worth the ink and parchment.
Ah, but is superstition all? These goblins are informed by a kind of strategy anathema to their kind. I, for one, intend to get to the bottom of it. I'm just preparing to head to their camp as we speak, in fact. If you'll excuse me, I ought not to dawdle.
Be careful. Goblins aren't known for mercy.
Oh, never you mind. Who needs mercy when you've a quick tongue, hmm? And an invisibility potion stashed in your back pocket?
Until we meet again.
You nearly died. Did you hear me?
You ever scare me like that again, and I'll feed you to a gnoll.
Mom, I'm fine.
Yeah, the bard stuff, when I did the, so when we did our multiplayer playthrough at launch, because we were streaming, I was streaming my single player playthrough, and then I was streaming a multiplayer playthrough at the same time. I played a bard in the multiplayer playthrough, and oh my god, the bard is, if you're looking for like entertaining, like they did a good job with how entertaining the bard is to play because of all the, I mean, you're as bad as Volo when it comes to exaggeration if you play the bard. Like the options you get to elaborate upon things in conversations is hilarious. No more light-fingered antics, right, Arabella?
Yeah. I mean, thank you for helping me.
Oh, what did I get?
It's my job to get us out of here safely, not yours.
It's my job too.
Oh, sweet.
Druids don't care about us. No one does. We have to look after ourselves. That's what.
Let's get rid of. I'm not going to need inflict wounds, but I will take hold person. Hey, DA, has Bethesda made an announcement yet? Because if Bethesda hasn't made an announcement, then nothing more than a rumor, and I don't base my schedule around rumors and hearsay. So if Bethesda has made a press statement and a press release, then we will look at it accordingly. But until such time as Bethesda makes a statement, it's nothing more than leaks and rumors and people being people. So no. There is no confirmation that it's dropping next week. There's no confirmation that it's even real at all. Base your schedule on reality. Good things will happen if you focus on reality. Okay, so his default is Arcane Trickster. Debbie Downer, no, I'm a realist. Okay, so his default is Arcane Trickster. Okay, I've never played with Astarion before. That's interesting. I'm trying to think about this for a minute. It's never a bad thing to have a little bit more spells at our disposal, so I think I'll keep him as an Arcane Trickster. I mean, I'm tempted to do Assassinate, but I think I might want the extra spells. No, I never multi-class. Never, never, never. Never, never, never multi-class. Alright, I need to go find those adventurers who were here. Because they may have more information. Yeah, my original plan was for the Swashbuckler, but then when I did the vote, like, everybody voted for Blade Singer, so I was like, alright, I'll play Blade Singer. Where is this guy? Where are these adventurers? Oh. Oh, I need to go back and speak to Kagha.
A deep elf. In our grove, on this day. A sign. Or rather, a gift. Who better to understand a watchful broodmother than a beloved child of Loth?
I've no love for the Queen of Spiders.
But you do exhibit a talent for self-preservation. A viper bears her fangs defending her brood. Is it not her nature to strike at invaders? No matter. I took back the idol of Sylvanus, and the rite is resumed. We will seal the grove, free from harm, free of intruders.
Zevlor believes his people will perish on the road.
And mine perish if he stays. You showed great mettle at the gate. The mettle of a skilled sword pyre. I want you to provide your services to Zevlor. Offer to guide the Outlanders out of the grove. I'm sure they'll reward you well. They're to be gone before final prayer. If they are not, the Viper must strike.
Seems I'd best spec to Zevlor.
You will do more than speak. This tale ends but one way. With the Outlander rot cleansed, and the grove forever shrouded.
Oh no, a loading screen. Please, we have to make a rant about how Larian can't make a game without loading screens, just like Bethesda. Sorry, that was my best impression of a grifter bot laughing. Sorry, chortling. Chortling. Do 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 do.
Right, I've got food, water, my dagger.
Man, I could have sworn those adventurers were over here somewhere, and they're not here right now. I'm not sure where they're at. They may have already headed out. I was going to ask them about Halsin, but no.
You're the one who helped at the gate. Glad to have another sword.
By the way, Thander, I might not have said good morning. Good morning.
I heard what happened. Thank you for protecting the child. If the Druids are this far gone, then it's not just goblins we have to fear. So we can risk violence here, or face it for certain on the road. Quite the choice, isn't it?
Can you delay the ritual?
You saw what they were willing to do to a child just for trying. It's Kagha's influence. Without her twisting things, I believe the Druids might see sense.
Okay, then why don't you get rid of her?
A low thought, but I'd be lying if I said I hadn't considered it. But the Druids would slaughter us. We'd have to get close to Kagha, within striking distance. I can't manage that, but they've already let you pass once.
Uh-huh. I'm not some murderer for hire.
It doesn't sit well with me either. But to get these people to safety, there's nothing I won't do. You'd be well rewarded for the risk. But if that won't sway you, there's nothing more to discuss. Just Zevlor, Tilly. We're civilians now, remember?
Hang on. Do I have... There's like a...
They can, and did. Avernus changed things.
There's a ladder over there?
We get used to that.
Yes.
Huh.
Zevlor.
How's the stream going so far? I mean, apart from people who keep trying to be silly about the Obsidian Oblivion thing, it's great. I'm just... It's just making me chuckle. I will admit, the latest rumored screenshots make it look very compelling. And if it is legitimate and Bethesda makes an actual announcement, I will be happy to take a look at like potentially scheduling it in somewhere. But I can't base my life off of rumors and myths. Oh no, are they not jumping down? I'm gonna have to go through them manually for each one. I forgot, if they can't jump down safely, they won't jump.
I'd love to, thanks.
No time to rest.
Alright. Well, we could probably do a short rest.
Feeling fresh.
And a quick save. Yeah, the anti-Ethel fight is not any fun. Jack says, is he not seeing my messages? I'm seeing many messages, but I have many people chatting between everything going on. I can't answer everybody's message every single time, so apologies if your message got lost in chat spam. 'Tis what it is. I am not a jukebox.
Aridin's back with his tail between his legs. I'm glad for your
Aridin, that's who I'm looking for. Where is he?
Halsin.
Sounds like you've crossed paths with Aridin before.
Yeah, when he ran off with the Druid that saved our hides the first time. Without Halsin, this grove's not so friendly, I'll tell you that.
I never took Asteria in my first playthroughs. I haven't been compelled to because I usually play the rogue and or I didn't need him for my first playthrough. Like I did a Druid, I had Shadowheart, I had Lae'zel, and I had Gale, and I was fine with that. And then usually, like I said, I'll usually play... Oh. No, not what I wanted to do. Oh, I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. Damn it. I need to remember to turn my lethal damage back on. Oh no, because that was for the quick save. Alright, we're good. Well, I missed the sneak attack with Asterion because I misclicked. Damn it.
What's this? Count on me.
This morning, 3 or 4 times already. Yeah. It's pretty ridiculous. And there was probably 10 messages this morning on my YouTube videos. And yesterday, people were trying to spam it in the stream. And it's just like, goddamn. You know what? I've never actually tried out my Blade Song stuff. Let's do it. This would be my chance.
Gods, it's hot in here.
So take off all your clothes.
timing. Never been much of a fighter, so wrestling a bugbear would have gone poorly.
I know, Hector. Have you heard the news, Renfail? Have you heard the news, Renfail? Have you heard the news, Renfail?
Let me guess.
Hey, let's put the controller down so I don't actually yeet my controller around the room. Guys! 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 Oblivion! Oblivion! It's not confirmed, but I believe every rumor I hear on the internet because some big YouTuber told me they have a trusted source. Guys! 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 We're now 3 months in. Are we 3 months in or 2 months in? We are 2 or 3 months in to every single week. Every single week, there's a new YouTuber or someone who's just doing the same grift over and over. Guys, next week, news is coming. They're shadow dropping it, guys. It's coming. They're shadow dropping it. There's news. We promise. Next Monday, next Tuesday, next Wednesday, next Thursday, next Monday. Guys, trusted source. Someone I know. It's so trusted. They're so trustworthy. They've said it before. It's the best. The news you hear, it's only the thing it's gonna be. The most recent was last week when they did the Elder Scrolls event. Bethesda had a big Elder Scrolls event, during which they did an announcement for everything Elder Scrolls related. They talked about all the Elder Scrolls stuff last week. And that was the most recent. Everyone said, "Oh, it's going to be during the Elder Scrolls announcement. It has to be during the Elder Scrolls announcement, guys. Trusted source said it was going to be during the Elder Scrolls announcement, guys. It's an Elder Scrolls game. It's going to happen during the Elder Scrolls event because that's what's going to happen, guys. Trusted source told us it was going to be so." Where is it? When is it? Oh, DA's getting a little bit upset. He says that I'm grifting, hating on people being excited. I don't think you've been around long enough to make that claim, DA. And if you have been around and you haven't heard me talk about this before, it's just because you're misinformed. I've been talking about this for 2 years. I don't permit people to talk about rumors or spread rumors on my channel. I don't permit people to talk about emulators or spread emulator stuff on my server because it breaks IP law and breaks copyright. We only focus on the facts. Well, if you've been around then, you know that I'm not grifting on people being excited. I'm exaggerating over the stupidity of people basing stuff off of rumors. If you've been around since Starfield, then I don't know how you've missed me talking about this before. Like, we have been it's been at least 2, if not 3 months. Well, you're welcome to believe whatever you want to believe. There are lots of people who believe in the Sky Fairy too, and my wife's one of them. So, again, you're welcome to believe what you want to believe. But no, I don't put any stock in rumors, and I think it's hilarious because it's like every 3 days now, you've got new YouTubers and streamers sharing out all of these rumored screenshots and everything else. And it's just like, guys, when Bethesda announces it, I will absolutely be all over it because Oblivion is like my favorite of the Elder Scrolls games. I haven't played it in years. I like it more than Skyrim. And I've said this before. I will absolutely get excited when Bethesda, and only Bethesda, makes the announcement. Until that point in time, there is nothing there. There is nothing there. It's just imagination. But I have a hard policy against people spreading rumors and talking about emulators and stuff in Discord, YouTube, Twitch chat, on all my videos. That's why I push back against it, though. Yeah, it's exactly like Thandar said. I'm not mad at all. I am exaggeratively responding to the rumors because I think it's hilarious. But also I'm pushing back against it because I don't permit rumors. It's not something that we partake in. I crush rumors as soon as they pop up, as much as I crush people when they try to talk about emulators in my channel. Because, no. Like, when Bethesda makes the announcement, I will be the first person to jump on that bandwagon and make a reaction video to it and be excited about it, and I will have a Bethesda hard on, and I will be ready to jump up and down on that Bethesda pole. But until that point in time, there's so many other games to be excited about and play because they're actually real games. The grift with the constantly publishing rumors. Oh, my brother's huge about RuneScape, and he was just like, man, those RuneScape Dragon Wilds early access videos are looking pretty cool. I will absolutely be the lusty Argonian as soon as the news is official. For sure. Hang on, I gotta respond to my brother. And I think you might be thinking that I'm responding to you, DA, and that you might be feeling personally attacked right now. It's not you. You're like the 50th person in the past 2 weeks, and so I am reacting to everybody when I make the exaggerative, "Oh my God, I'm so excited!" Ah! I make fun of everybody who does that, so it's not you. Don't take it personally. Oh yeah, I can't. Joe, just this is so funny. I want to post to what Joe. I want to comment on what Joe just said. I love it because I agree it was the best Elder Scrolls story, but I tried replaying it recently and it was so dated gameplay wise. Oh, but that's just not true, Joe California. Didn't you see? Everybody said when Avowed was being played, everyone said that Oblivion had better gameplay and better physics and better lighting and better shading than Avowed, guys. Like Oblivion, oh my God, Skyrim and Oblivion are so much better than Avowed, even though they're 15, 20-year-old game engines. And I was just like, what are you guys smoking? Like, they're very dated gameplay wise. That's why I won't go back and play it. Like, I have fond memories of Skyrim, fond memories of Oblivion, fond memories of EverQuest, fond memories of Quest for Glory and Space Quest and Zack McCracken and the Alien Mindbenders and Pools of Radiance and all these other games. Like, I have fond memories of all those things, but I very much focus on the here and now. Soul Coin. Alright.
You almost seem honest. Care to explain why you reek of the hells?
A Mind Flayer abducted me and its ship went straight to Avernus. Ooh, I get advantage on this.
Well, that's quite the story. And I thought I was doomed. Now I feel sorry for you.
EverQuest 2 is a great game, Lucas White. Phenomenal game.
But a fortune's not worth much if you're dead. Consider it payment for saving my life.
Deadly! Wait till you see what I can do with that thing.
A soul coin, true to its name, holds a mortal soul inside. It serves in the Nine Hells as very valuable currency.
That's another Hunter. Hunter, that's another rumor we had to quash maybe about 3 years ago. So, I think it was about 3 years ago, EG7, who is the parent company who owns Daybreak, aka Darkpaw Games, and therefore owns EverQuest 1, EverQuest 2, PlanetSide, Lord of the Rings Online, Dungeons and Dragons Online, etc. EG7 did an investor report. I think it's been about 3 years ago now. Might have been 4, but they did their investor report, and in that investor report, they were showing the numbers for all their games, and they were showing. Hey, my brother. And in that investor report, they talked about plans to make a new EverQuest game. And the typical grifter mentality, people who jump on rumors, all of a sudden a wave of diehard neckbeard EverQuest fans went out and made a bunch of videos about how EverQuest 3 is confirmed, guys. EverQuest 3 is confirmed. New EverQuest MMO coming, blah, 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 blah. And when you actually go listen to the investor call and read the investor report, there was no mention of EverQuest 3 at all. No mention of an MMO at all. All they said was, we are looking at investing money in a new EverQuest game of some type. Could be a single-player RPG, could be a battle royale, could be a multiplayer crafting survival game, could be a mobile game, could be a party-based RPG, could be a top-down CRPG. We don't fucking know what it could be. But the rumor mongers jumped on that news and went out there and was like, oh my god, new MMO confirmed. And so I literally went and made a video. Soon I was like, that is not true. Do not believe those myths and those rumors. You need to wait for that company to make an official statement, because there is no information at all about what type of game they're making, other than they are going to exploit the IP that they have paid for. They invested and bought an IP. There is an audience for that IP. But don't just assume that it's going to be a new MMO. Exactly, Hunter. Yeah. There's no... Exactly. EG7 is interested in money. That's not true that EverQuest 2 doesn't have quests, though. That's not true. EverQuest 2 has thousands of quests, and they're all fully voiced. The gameplay is dated, and the graphics are a little outdated, but it's a fully voiced MMO with like thousands of quests. There's a lot to do in EverQuest 2. It's not quite as, it's not as polished as World of Warcraft, but it's every bit as big as World of Warcraft.
My engine can, anyway. Zariel used to top me up every now and again when she wanted me to go after an especially wicked target.
The Weave and the Void remaster. Well, technically, my brother is putting everything into Unreal 5 right now. Oh no, I see what you mean. The new expansions. No, they haven't. I think the last big story expansion they did was Velius, which has been 8 or 10 years ago. Go ahead and try it out now.
Well, it's not the kind of thing I'd like to squander, see? A soul coin is a person, in a way. A lost person, mind. But something that can be put to a really good use.
Well, next time we're in battle, we'll make sure you get one.
Fuck yes. Now I just need something to sink my teeth into.
All right.
Peer through the telescope. You see a red dragon, tyrannical, greedy, and vain. They hunt without pity.
Mm-hmm. Man, I still haven't found the those adventurers. I really don't remember where they're at in this camp. I thought they were on a platform by the blacksmith, but I'm not finding them over there, which means they may have already left. In which case, I know where they're at if they already left. They'll be on the road, and they may already be dead if they're out there on the path. I am going to need to go do a long rest. Yeah, I thought they were up here on this platform. But I'm not seeing them here, so... Yeah, they're gone, which means I think they've already headed out down the road. Which means it's time for us to head out as well. However, one of the encounters we're going to do right away. I don't remember if I've ever come down here. I don't have knock memorized at the moment. Oh, really? I need a massive, let's try, let's use some thief tools. Really? Oh, it must have a DC of like, it's a DC of 20. There we go. If you've never played D&D, just put it on story mode. The mechanics aren't that overwhelming when you play on story mode because it's extremely forgiving and you can just learn as you go.
I like it. Homely.
Oh, he missed a perception roll.
Traps. How considerate.
I don't think I've ever come in this way. You know the problem? I wonder if I'm using those trap kits.
Be careful. There are traps about. Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us.
The text on the plaque is a mystery to you.
Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Okay. I remember why you don't go in through that door now. I remember why. That's why you don't go through that door. I forgot about that. It's been a while. My very first playthrough, when he tried to suck my blood at camp, I think in my official playthrough, the Moon Druid playthrough, I let him suck my blood, but I never took him into my party. In early access, I always just stabbed him through the heart. I was like, yeah, I don't need you in my party, bro. This is my first time going through the game with him. Let's go this way. It's not off, but it was turned way down low, Sim. Thanks for letting me know. Probably misclick earlier. Alright, this is the other entrance, and then from here we can go up there. Okay. We actually want to go up around the corner. Alright, I'm going to go get another cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
another step, hear me? Boss! Got company up here!
What's this then? Trying to creep around us and loot the crypt? Not happening. Or is it the ship you're after? Don't matter either way. It's ours. All of it.
I think that ship's an invasion force. You should run while you can. Oh, that's right.
Well, in that case, come on, you lot. No point in getting killed. Second worm gets the cheese and all.
Second mouse gets the cheese, no?
Nobody's getting any damn cheese. Now move it.
You're more cunning than you look. I thought we had a fight on our hands.
That's right, sweetheart. Oh, is there not a box up here? I can't remember.
Have you give a look? Everything all right out there?
Yeah, let me in. Oh, not 20!
You sound a bit shaken, boss. Hang on while I find the key.
Surprise!
You're dead!
I've missed this.
No more prayers. Only dust and silence.
Ancient, indecipherable text covers the plaque.
A dead tongue. Whoever worshipped here must be long gone.
I'll take the supply pack. I'll take the cheese wheel. I'll take the sausage links. Cheese wedge. Cheese wedge. Carafe of water. What's in the trunk? Quick save.
Before me.
How'd you get past Andor? Back off!
I missed.
I need to concentrate.
That's because she stepped in the fire. All right. Something smells tasty. That's nice.
What's cooking?
Still alive. So that's progress.
Book of Final Breath.
No lock. No handle. How does it open?
We're about to find out how it opens.
At least there's no skeletons this time. I ain't going to again. Clear off! We got here first.
Hang on, if they were surprised, how come they were able to do something? Man, they really don't want to let them get up. Alright, Astarion, you do need to move up here, buddy. Or at least get out of the fire. He missed. Not enough movement.
Cutting to the chase.
Oh my word. Need to learn the hard way.
What's the plan?
Plan is you need to get out of there and you need to you can only cast that outside of combat.
Let's see.
Nice. What is up, Nigel?
Fast. I need healing.
Oh no! I cast it in the wrong direction. How the fuck did that happen? I wasn't paying attention to, God damn it. Oh, that sucks, man.
Fuck yes. Poor fucker.
Totally. I thought I had him targeted, and then he turns around and casts it in the opposite direction.
My faith will protect me.
That was awesome.
What's next?
Where am I? What's going on?
Okay. Any spells? No. Boring.
You do not recognize the language on the plaque.
That's curious. I wonder what that did.
I know exactly what it did. Opened a door. However, we need to actually go back to camp and do a long rest. Excuse me, a long rest. What's up, Spellmorrow? Yep, big patch yesterday. Biggest patch they've ever done, actually. Yes, I realize I have a traveler's chest, which has goodies in it.
Soldier.
Sounds like all we need to do to fix your engine is find some infernal iron.
Let's hope Damon is as good as he seems. Once my engine's handled, I can focus on more important matters. Tadpoles, cults, frosty pints.
Frosty pints. Deep frosty pint. So it's burning you up?
That's the short of it. Bloody thing's been in overdrive since I left Avernus. Gives me energy. Power. But you've seen it in action. Very hard to control. If I'm excited at all, angry, nervous, delighted, enticed, I burn hot. Hot enough to burn anyone who gets close.
You must be pent up.
I try not to think about it. I still think about it constantly, but, you know, I try. One of these days, I'll sort the whole infernal affair out, get myself cooled off, start making up for lost time. But not today.
Okay. was pointing me. Alright, we've got a conversation thingy over here.
You've been witness to a pantomime, I'm sorry to say. And I've played my part all too poorly.
Someone sit me on Karlach's tail. I'd love to know who.
I can say only this. Karlach's not the only one who's had a villain's knife held to their throats. One night soon, when we make camp, the veil will be lifted, and I'll pay my penance.
Oh, it makes so much more sense now. Good, I deserve answers.
And you'll have them. But I can't promise you'll like them.
Foreshadowing! Where was the chest it was pointing me at? That's the magic mirror for respecking. I can't remember what's in the chest, to be honest with you. Oh, just die. Alright. Let's take a sleep.
I'm so glad I found... Wait! I'm Althera, a bard from the Grove. I
don't
mean
remember
any
this
harm.
at all. Something wrong? Are the tieflings all right?
Oh, yes. Everything is
I don't
fine.
remember this at all.
Thanks to you. That's why I'm here. When I'd heard what you'd done, it inspired me. Made me feel brave again. I want to join you. To fight by your side. I want to help people. As you've helped us.
Fuck, I don't remember this at all. Are you sure? I lead a dangerous life.
I've been running since El Turel. And when we finally arrived at the Grove, we found danger there too. Unless I hide away from the world, I can't avoid it. So I'd rather face it
Dude, this is
head-on
the Bard girl.
with you.
She usually does the song in the Grove and everything. I've never had her come to camp like this before. I wonder if this has something to do with it. I'm watching chat now all of a sudden. This has got to be a Dark Urge related thing because everybody's going like, twiddle fingers, hum, hum, hum. Okay, this has got to be something about the Dark Urge. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to have you.
Really? Just like that? Oh, thank you. Thank you
I mean,
so much.
Safer to keep her here than blundering around by herself. Wouldn't want her accidentally leading the wrong sort of attention to us.
I won't let you down. I promise.
Yeah, oh man. What's up, Belnoth? Let's do... I think we can auto-select.
This is so exciting.
You open your eyes with a lurch, and you are not in your bed.
Oh, this is new.
You
Oh,
stand
fuck.
above a body which is in a state of gore nearly beyond recognition.
Yeah, this is
Body of that
definitely
brave
Dark
girl
Urge
who
related.
earnestly swore to devote her life to your cause. Her blood covers you, and its warmth feels like the embrace of an old friend. You recall nothing of how you ended up here, but your head pounds and aches.
Try to remember anything. Something. Nat 20, bitches. Let's dig deeper.
A single moment comes to you, the flash of abject terror in her eyes, blood spilling from her lips. No time for last words.
Investigate your surroundings looking for an explanation.
There are dozens and dozens of wounds on the corpse. The killer did not stop savaging it, even when she was long gone. and your dominant arm aches. It aches from stabbing over and over. No matter how it appears, the body is there, and her blood is on your hands.
I'd say it's safe to say
flows through your mind.
we're not going to have her singing us that beautiful song
you could be guilty of
back
such
at the Druid's Grove. Sad face. Who are you, really, that you could be guilty of such bitter business? What curse is in your heart to kill in your sleep? Oh, wow. None of these are... So... Could be the parasite. I'm not going to admire it. Refusing to believe that this is your doing is possibly an option. What curse is in your heart to kill in your sleep? That's probably the logical course of action would be to question what's going on.
Something wicked must have woken you. The contemptible pervert within must have lavished slash after slash upon the girl. But where, oh where could that monster have come from? If only you knew yourself better. You don't have much time for reflection now. You need to act. You may only have a few moments before the others awaken and begin to cast blame for the hot sin before you.
Yeah, prefer to face the others. You aren't going to hide. I don't think there's any sense in trying to hide this.
Your misdeed is bright and clear as the dawning day.
I don't want to try to hide it.
Another waif dead before her time. I wonder how it happened.
You woke us up. Did you see what happened here?
Now, I can't help but notice that one of us is positively drenched in blood. So...
She was brutalized. The killer knifed her many times after she was dead. Was it you?
I don't know what happened. I woke up and she was dead.
This blood didn't get there on its own. Her neck didn't snap by any accident. The parasite must be affecting you deeply.
The worm in your head has never slept more peacefully. You know in your heart it was something deeper.
What does my self-preservation want me to say? I don't know. It could have been the tadpole.
Even if it was the worm, this was peculiar indeed. I'll be watching.
An uneasy feeling lingers in the air. As the Inquisition departs, you are left alone with a familiar headache.
So I can mourn, or I can vow to gain control. Those are the two options I like the best. Yeah, I'm gonna vow. I will save the next innocent.
Every one of your instincts screams against the saccharine thought. You feel close to fainting again.
Fuck me, man. Creepy ass shit. So that was my very first like Dark Urge encounter. So that's a trip. So I'm guessing Alfira the Bard is not going to be back at the Druid Grove to sing us her beautiful song. Wow, I need more coffee after that. I'll be right back. Write a strongly worded letter to the Times. You should never bitch about games offering patches. Companies that continue to patch their games should be praised, especially when it's a free patch and it's giving you free content. Why would you complain about free content? Alright. Autosave.
This whole place reeks of necromancy.
Thaindar? Yeah, that's weird, man. I don't know why some people are having issues with YouTube. And the never-ending... What's up, Rated?
Traps. How considerate. A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors.
Maybe just at a range.
How delicious.
Yeah, we're good.
Let's be quick.
Everything is
Alright, now if I'm not mistaken, I got a dagger out of that.
Your back.
It's a spear? Don't remember that. Can Karlach use it? Yeah, I don't know what's up with the Karlach picture with the patch. I believe she does have proficiency. I just don't know that it's worthwhile using. I guess we'll hold on to it. We'll sell it later. Thanks, James. 50K? Yeah, we hit that a couple days ago.
Armed scribes, but no sign of a struggle.
I wonder what was so subversive about their words that they commanded protection.
I mean, I appreciate that, Chris. I don't know that I'm the best YouTuber ever, but I do try to do a good job. I will say that I'm probably the hardest worker in the room. Easy, darling.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Yeah, no, it's a long hike to the
Scribe of the dead. I didn't think anyone still worshipped him.
It's a long road to 100,000 subscribers. I highly doubt I get 100K. It took me 3 years to get to 50K. You know, I would be genuinely surprised if I get it by the 5th year. I feel like by the 5th year would be a pretty good trackable. Like, I think that's doable by year 5. I'm just in year 4 right now, so I have all of this year and all of next year. So give me 2 more years, I bet we get to 100K.
Something over there.
But we got a ways to go. It's really hard to do explosive growth on any platform unless you're willing to take your shirt off and show your tits, and I don't have nice tits, so I can't do an OnlyFans.
Elf, something just woke up down here.
I joke about that at least once a week, but it's so
Let
true.
them come. The darkness can be to our advantage.
Let's go ahead and I can't remember if any of these assholes are casters. I think some of them are is the problem.
Outmaneuver them.
Got to focus.
Nothing important is ever easy.
Want another?
Oh, it killed the... Well, poodoo. I did Shadowheart my first time. I'm gonna do Karlach this time. Oh, silenced me. Well, this ought to be fun.
Can't give up. Not now.
Come on. Can't stay idle.
We're gonna have to get out of the silence bubble.
Another step forward.
They really love that silence spell, don't they?
Moving.
A better position.
Let's end this. Feel my mistress's wrath.
Survival is all that matters. May the gods take you first.
Tactical.
That little fucker. That went pretty well.
A lot of effort to hide one sarcophagus.
I forgot to go charge my phone. What are you doing? Come here. You wanna come say hi to everybody or no? No, you're just being a spaz. I believe Jaheira is a romance option later on in the game, yes.
So he has spoken, and so thou standest before me. Right, as always. What a curious way to awaken. Now,
it does.
Question for thee. What is the worth of a single mortal's life?
Let me jot that down. That's a good question to answer for a YouTube short. Multiplayer. So, MPM Friends over on Twitch just asked, does Baldur's Gate 3 have online multiplayer with LFG and such that you can hop into games? It does have a variety of multiplayer options, including the co-op stuff. They just added the crossplay with patch 8. They've always been able to, like, if you were on Xbox, you could group up with other Xbox players. If you were on PS5, you could group up with other PS5 players. If you're on PC, other PC players. Now, if you could crossplay, so it's fully crossplay. So they offer, you can do private groups, but there's also lobbies you can go into. I don't know if you can, I can't check it right now, I don't think. I might be able to, let's go see. So if I wanted to, I could go into the multiplayer settings right now and invite people. Like, you can go into the sessions, and I could make this game available to other players right now, so that people could just randomly join me. So you can put your game into a lobby. So there's definitely lobbies that you can join. I know Slandered Gaming right now, as an example, is running a modded playthrough that allows you to have up to 9 people in your party, and he's doing that live. So if people want to go join Slandered when he's playing live streams, when he's doing his live stream playthroughs, up to 8 other players can join him because he's running an open lobby. So yes, there are lobbies that you can join. So if you just want to randomly hop in with other players, you can. You can also set up your own groups and etc. So yeah, random players can join, but you can also privatize everything. You can put passwords on stuff so that it's only you and your friends. You can do it in many different ways. So yeah, there's full multiplayer co-op functionality, and now there's crossplay between all the platforms. So patch 8 is a great time to jump in and do the multiplayer if you've never done so before. He has spoken. What he are you talking about?
An arbiter of certain matters. But that is not important now. Wilt thou answer my question?
Ask away.
So, I ask again, what is the worth of a single mortal life?
What's up? What? ¿Qué es decir? Oh. Aún queda un poco de queso. No, okay. Chihuahua. That depends on a person's deeds.
I am sure thou believest as such. Very well. I am satisfied. We have met, and I know thy face. We will see each other again at the proper time and place. Farewell.
Don't forget, folks, today, well, more than likely, I'm feeling okay right now. My leg isn't bothering me too bad. So as long as I'm feeling good today, we're going to try to do a marathon session to celebrate the 50k subs. At some point here pretty soon, guys, we are going to take a break from Baldur's Gate 3 for a brief little bit. My breakfast is about to arrive. I mentioned this yesterday. Because we're doing a longer stream today, one of the things we're about to go do is we're going to go watch the Dune Awakening video from yesterday. It's about a 2-hour-long video. So if you're only here for Baldur's Gate 3, I apologize. But if you're here for the whole stream, even better, because we're going to be here all day today, or at least a very long session. I'm trying to go much longer. Normally I only do 5 or 6 hours in the morning, but hopefully I can go longer today as long as my leg doesn't act up. But as breakfast is delivered, I'm going to switch over and we're going to be watching the Dune Awakening live stream that aired yesterday, which is all about combat, classes, abilities, so on and so forth. I am currently in a limited preview beta event for Dune Awakening. I've already recorded 12 videos, which have already been uploaded to my YouTube channel. Those will be coming out towards the end of the month. I've been in the closed beta since last year. Dune Awakening, if you like crafting survival games, it's shaping up to be something pretty special. So we're going to go watch that live stream here in a few minutes once breakfast gets delivered. But we're not quite there yet. Actually, we are. Cuchara, por favor. My breakfast did just get delivered. So I have poached. I'm not gonna be able to show this without spilling stuff. Hopefully, poached eggs, garlic bread, bruschetta. I always forget how to pronounce it. With olives, queso chihuahua. So I have to put that down though, and the problem is I have a cat in here who's gonna try to probably get this. Can you? I hate to be a bother, Chris, but can you? She will try to eat, and I can't right now. Yeah. Maybe you could put her in the box in the refuge. And I'll come get her later. Thank you. Thanks for breakfast. I appreciate it. All right. My paid actress. Yeah. It's a different mythological person every single day, correct? I have a,
Something over there.
I have a harem. I'm like Dan Blizzarin. So I've got different chicks who attend to all of my various needs. Alright, hang on a second, guys. I gotta go get that video prepped. We're gonna switch over and watch that for a bit. I need to timestamp stuff. 2:25 Dune. The one who feeds me grapes is out sick today. Yes. There you go. Install Baldur's Gate 3. Alright, let me get over to Funcom. This is from yesterday's live stream. Let me get this opened up. Get this switched over. Alright, now I am going to put the Xbox to sleep here. We're going to switch this over. That's there. Maximize that. I'm not ready. I'm going to hit a bio. I'll be right back. All right. So, if you're here for the long haul today, I'm going to put this in chat too, so that everybody doesn't forget. Let me put this in chat first. That way I can pin this over in the YouTube and Twitch chats, because people will get confused, being like, man, I thought you were playing Baldur's Gate 3, what the fuck, man? Okay, I'm going to fast forward to the starting point for this. Okay. All right, there we go. We should be good for a starting point now. So, yesterday, Dune Awakening dropped a live stream which covers combat. I think they cover some classes, some of the abilities and stuff. So we're going to go ahead and take a break from today's Baldur's Gate 3 stream as we're enjoying patch 8 to go watch this. Now it is, thank you for the drink, Chris. It is a couple hours long. Although there's some stuff on either side, we just clipped 15 minutes out of it because they had a 15-minute countdown, so we're just going to start from here. Yeah, we interrupt this program to bring you a very important coverage of an equally epic game, as Thandar says. So I've been talking about Dune Awakening for a few years now. I love the Dune universe. I was very nervous when Funcom was the company announced because I'm not a huge PvP player and I had concerns about that. But those concerns have been abated because this is not a PvP game. It has PvP in it, but it is 100% optional. This is a crafting survival game set on the planet of Arrakis with base building, vehicle building. It's multiplayer. There is PvP stuff you can go do if you want to, but mostly it's just about having fun and surviving and building bases and stuff. Thank you very much. I've been covering... En serio? She accidentally gave me cat pills, but thankfully she caught herself because we're doing cat medicine. She just brought me my vitamins. Anyway, if you haven't paid attention, I have been covering Dune Awakening for a while now. I'm currently in a limited beta preview event that's kicked off in early, like mid-April. That's going sort of to the end. It's like 2 weeks, and I've already uploaded a dozen videos that will be coming out at the end of the month that you guys can watch when the embargo goes down for those of us who have been allowed to create content around it. The game was initially, I think they just pushed back the launch date yesterday during this live stream. It may be mentioned in this live stream, but it's now coming out June 10th with the early access, Head Start access starting on the 5th of June. So this video, like I said, is covering combat classes and abilities. I haven't watched it yet. I was at physical therapy yesterday. Otherwise, I would have live streamed this event. But since I was at physical therapy yesterday, we're going to watch this today while I eat breakfast. So I'm going to mute my mic and let these guys do the talking. So without further ado, let's dive in. For those of you watching this after the fact on YouTube, don't forget to check the links down below. There's going to be some links to their stuff. There's some affiliate link stuff going in there, so I will personally benefit from things. So just check it all out. And of course, the playlist, because I will be continuing to cover Dune Awakening, and you'll be continuing to see videos from me from preview events from the closed beta. I've been a part of that since last year. It's shaping up to be something special. Let's click the play button and see what we can see. They don't appear to have audio. Whoa, did they have some technical issues? I think they did. Hang on. That's funny.
Combat.
I thought it was me. That's funny.
improvement, so there's no concern, there's no reason.
I'm trying to catch up. Yep, there is. Oh, so she realized it and was like, she's like looking, someone's like, hey, you don't have audio. Poor Natasha. It's never good when you put on the spot like that and you're live. Yeah, you're almost, I'm saying you're good. That's funny. She's doing mimes and stuff.
Hello,
there we go.
welcome, hi, to our second Dune Awakening live stream here out of our Oslo offices. Again, hiccups happen. I'm still here. We are still here. I hope everyone is still watching. But anyway, we have a lot to go through. I hope you are well hydrated and you're sitting comfortably. Before we go over the segment and what's coming up, some information for those of you who might have missed it. We have moved the release date for Dune Awakening from the 20th of May to the 10th of June with a head start on the 5th of June. That will give us a little bit of more time to work on some improvements, so there's no concern, there's no reason for concern. We just wanted to work on a few things a little bit longer, and hopefully it makes for a better gameplay experience for everyone as well. And more importantly, it gives us the time to do non-NDA beta weekends on a large scale where you can be streaming, you will be able to talk about the game, you will make videos.
I didn't know they were going to do that. That's cool.
Exciting to you. So that was one of the reasons as well.
Yeah, if they're going to do an open beta weekend for everybody,
so
I can tell you it's fun. The game's a lot of fun. Keep an eye out for that then.
We'll be talking about the vision of our
I don't know when that's happening, but
Awakening. We will
if they're going to do an open beta weekend, y'all should do it for sure.
And group combat. We might even show some PvP, who knows? And then we will also have a segment about server structure, because we know a lot of you were kind of concerned, or some of you were concerned about Head Start and how it will be working, playing with your friends, playing with guilds and groups and such. So we go over that as well. And then towards the end, we'll also have a Q&A, of course, where we collect questions throughout the stream and then answer those with some of our guests. But before we dive into the combat section, let's watch a quick video.
Few survive this world. But those who do awaken. The desert wants you dead, off-worlder. If the sands don't take you, the storms will swallow you whole. But you don't have to walk this path alone. In every danger, there is opportunity. The foundation of something greater. A power waiting to be harnessed. Desert power. Some claim to rule this planet. But Arrakis is yours to explore. To fight for. To conquer. But there are forces beyond even your control. Master Arrakis, and it will open your mind. This is your path to awakening.
Welcome back. So, combat. We have seen your comments, your feedback on combat and what we have shown so far. So obviously we want to show you more. And to talk about combat, I have two guests with me now, two very interesting guests, and they really know what they're talking about. For one, I have Viljar here, game director on Dune Awakening. Viljar, you want to introduce yourself quickly?
Hi, I'm Viljar. I've been on the project for about 5 years, game director. Other projects I've worked on, I started at Funcom 25 years ago, working on Anarchy Online. I also worked here at on Age of Conan. I did some travel in between. I worked on the Syndicate shooter. I worked on Hitman Absolution and Mirror's Edge Catalyst.
He's been around for a while.
So a lot of things that are very relevant as well to
and that's why he's a game director.
And combat in Dune Awakening too. And then also, last but not least, we have Alex, lead combat designer. Alex, you want to introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Hi, my name is Alex, lead combat designer on Dune Awakening. With Funcom, I've been for like 16 years now, with the last big project being Conan Exiles. Yeah.
Has it been 16 years?
It's been 16
That's
years.
kind of crazy.
Super old. It's great. I love
That's
it.
crazy. Yeah. I remember doing like Conan Exiles streams with you back in the days as well. It was super fun too.
It's good times.
Yes, good times. Anyway, now we're actually talking about combat in Dune Awakening though. And to talk about combats, we also have to talk about the vision of our combat in Dune Awakening, which is we kind of want to raise the bar when it comes to combat in open world survival games specifically. But what does that actually mean, Viljar?
Yeah, so when we set out, we wanted to make the best combat experience in the survival game genre. Combat in Dune Awakening is about the interplay between ranged, melee, and abilities. It is responsive and reactive.
It's also very interesting because they have to deal with the lore of how shields work.
Quick in, quick out. Players focused on ranged and players focused on melee should have equal opportunity to succeed, but everyone will need to use abilities. Now, playing optimally means switching playstyle depending on the situation. Use ranged weapons as someone approaches, then quickly switch to melee as they get near.
So basically combat is fast and with a lot of movement, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So we are less about the perfectly timed button press, but more about the overall tactic, like reading the combat environment.
I can say that's
more to
very true in the beta so far.
Games when it comes to building,
like you have to be aware of the situational. You have to have situational awareness to survive.
We are not going for a Souls-like approach to combat.
Yeah, I think that's very, very important to mention as well. Like actiony, but not Souls-like. And in that context,
does the combat remind me of another combat system?
The combat has to work both in a solo and in a group gameplay.
I mean, it's just kind of your. I don't want to say. They're not.
Group gameplay setting. There we go. Thank you, Brain.
They're not like breaking any.
Not hiccup.
Yeah. So
like new territory with their combat.
So
it's not like they're breaking the wheel.
As you said. So
it's pretty standard action combat.
Try to separate enemies from the group. So try to approach it with a divide and conquer mentality. Abilities provide great opportunities for this approach, basically. So
I will say that the class, the archetype system that they have, you can take any ability in the game.
Enemies behind
so
them
you could
bay,
theoretically build whatever build you want, but there's also like archetypes
used for cover to actually put it in place of someone who approaches you, and then it will slow them down, giving you more react to come up with your tactics to deal with them.
But there is a cover system.
Sometimes it's okay to bravely run away. You can
sort of
disengage
not
with
like
the
direct cover,
claw, or
but
even
you do need to use cover to your advantage. You get abilities that put cover in place.
Combat tools,
Shields are
also
important.
As good tools to get away from combat when you need to.
Shields can be penetrated,
yes,
but they are important.
On the co-op side, playing with friends is easier, but you still need to be careful and not pull everyone at the same time. Like the paradigm that we worked with is 1 enemy is fine, 2 will provide a challenge, and 3 should be hard. So if you go beyond that, you kind of brought it on yourself.
Good point. In the end there. You mentioned abilities and tools and things. One thing that's very important in the game as a whole is basically be able to customize your kind of experience, right? Like that goes into character customization, it goes into how you want to play outside of combat too, but more importantly, it really also goes into kind of customizing your own combat and your playstyle, right?
Yes, that's correct. So one of our pillars is expression and customization, and this is something that we follow throughout everything that we do in the game. So it's not just about making your character look the way that you want, but it's also developing the combat style that you want. You can, of course, fully commit to an archetype to play out a specific
Which is what I've been doing.
but you can also pick from all the skill trees if you want to take a more of a generalist approach.
I'm playing a Mentat.
And if
And
it's
I
all
really,
combat, of course,
that's,
we also
that's,
have to
I'm
talk
going heavy
weapons.
into that
For one,
archetype.
ranged weapons. We've seen quite a few ranged weapon in examples of combat videos that we've shown. But can you tell us a little bit more about ranged combat in specific?
Yeah, so we do have a lot of ranged weapons in our game, and luckily the Dune lore actually supports this. It's mentioned many, many times in the Dune books. However, our approach with the mechanics and everything is that they're spring-loaded and mechanical. So we use dodge instead of bullets, which give them kind of a different feel to what you use from other
Yeah, it can't be
other
las
games.
guns.
I'll mention a few examples, like we have something called the drill shot. This will fire burrow darts. It will hit a shield and burrow through. And if you don't do a dash to counter that, it will go through the shield and damage you directly. But as I mentioned, you can do a dash, assuming you have the stamina, and then they will fall to the ground. So you have to be aware of these things and use dash and stamina elegantly and with purpose. We also have weapons, ranged weapons that you might see are similar to other games. For instance, we have something called the Karpov, which is an assault rifle. So.
And then we also have a disruptor, which is kind of like an SMG, right? That's specific to the gameplay as well. That's kind of important too.
Yes, of course. So we have the disruptor, which is very effective at taking down a shield. So if you see someone coming towards you with a shield on, quickly switch it to your disruptor, try to take down the shield and take them out before they get close to you.
And shields are important.
And when we talk
in this
about
game.
shields, of course, they are a very important part of the Dune universe. Melee combat as well, which we know that's one of the
slow
topics
blade
that a lot
pierces
of
the
people have
shield.
talked about, because we haven't really shown that or explained it that much in showcases or videos specifically. So let's talk about shields and melee.
Yeah, so on the melee side, we have swords, we have rapiers, we have the kinjal, we have the crysknife. Swords deal damage in an area, but they are kind of slow. You do a swing, but it's kind of slow compared to the kinjal, which is very fast, but only focuses on one enemy at a time. So even there, you can play as you like. And of course, our shields, they work a little different from what you're used to in other games, I think. Our shields actually go down when you shoot, which makes you vulnerable. So you go into an encounter and start shooting, and suddenly you wonder why you take a lot of damage. Your shield went down. Now, this can be used, this also works the other way. So if you go against an enemy, if you time it right, you see them start firing, and then you dodge out of the way, and then you start damaging them. So it's about looking for windows of opportunity while dodging out of the way from damage. So you can, of course, do the melee approach, where your shield won't go down when you attack. However, you're still vulnerable to the slow blade attack. This is a special attack where if you're fighting against a shielded enemy, with a little bit of extra effort, you can actually press through their shield to deal damage through their shield. So you're never completely safe. And the last thing I'll mention on this is that you can be staggered by various attacks, in which case you should use the dash, as I mentioned already. And again, it uses stamina, so manage this carefully.
So the dash is kind of a get out of jail free card sometimes, as long as you have
I'm very
stamina,
interested
right?
to see what they're going to
And if
show.
you talk shields and weapons,
Because I could talk so
we
much
have
right
to
now,
mention
but
the
I don't know
Lascans
what they're going to
too.
show yet, and I don't want to break my NDA.
Right,
So I'm
the
very
Lascans.
interested to see how they're going to show things.
The way that the Lascans
Because I
work
can
in
say it's a
lore
very
is
cool
that
combat
if you fire
system.
Lascan at the shield, you get an atomic explosion. And
Yeah, this is why you
Final
can't use
Fantasy in the short
lasers.
term, we deemed it impractical. So
I like that. It's like we deemed it impractical.
This
It's
is the
like
lore
have
from the
ex-
books.
like
If you use
nuclear
lasers against
explosions all over
shields,
the
it's an
map
atomic
constantly.
explosion.
But we
So
figured it out that it's probably not for the best.
it's
for the greater good of the
projectiles,
game.
but
Probably not.
projectials
Yeah, it would
can't
be
pierce the
hilarious maybe
shields.
for a day or so, but
That's
then
why
I
everybody
think
wears shields.
players would get
Slow
tired
blades
of it.
attack and pierce the
So the way
shields.
we did it is
It's all
that
from the
the
lore of the
Emperor
books.
decreed that any Lascan produced or crafted on Arrakis will have a safety. So basically, if you try to fire a lasgun at someone who's shielded, the lasgun just will refuse to fire.
Right.
So that's how we dealt with that.
As a kind of a elegant solution to the whole problem. Also, if we talk Halsin tech, which the shield is of course a Halsin tech, we have more Halsin tech in the game, of course.
Yes. Yeah, so you have the Halsin, the suspensor belts, and these are really good for both traversal and combat. So you can use them during combat to get out of trouble, or you can use it to descend upon your enemy. It's not an ability per se, but it's one aspect of the game which supports other abilities and how you use them.
I love them. They're really fun, and there's like different types of them too. Like hover, you can control it like more up and down and vertically, or just fall damage and things like that. Yeah. You briefly also mentioned the Dune fantasy earlier on, and of course, if you talk about that, we have archetype, like we call them in the game, that are very much going into this Dune fantasy of like, we have characters that people might know from the books or the movies, like Duncan Idaho, Swordmaster, for example. And for example, we also talked melee, we do actually have a Swordmaster archetype in the game, right?
Yeah, so we have the Swordmaster. They're of course melee focused. So some of the abilities that they have are deflection, where they can actually run towards an enemy who's firing darts at them and deflect those darts and don't take damage. They have the knee charge, which is very practical when you want to knee kick someone. But again, you can also use it for traversal to get away or get into the action if you want. And then they also have something called the Eye of the Storm, which is a whirlwind that will attack everything that they hit. It will damage everything they hit around them. And I want to mention this specifically for the beta players, because we've actually reworked how this whirlwind attack works. So the next version that you'll play will be much cooler.
There we go. A little bit of a nugget for the beta
Teaser.
players. Thank you for all your feedback, by the way. It's very valuable and very much appreciated. Also, I am very much a Swordmaster at heart. I also like Retaliate, for example, which is a super cool skill, but we don't go into detail about that. You can try that out soon, hopefully yourself. But if we talk about archetype, some of you might have started watching the show or watching the show, the Bene Gesserit TV show that's now available. I think it's
Dune
on HBO,
Prophecy.
if I remember
Yeah, it was
correctly.
HBO.
Don't copy it. Maybe I think I'm right. But we also have a Bene Gesserit archetype tree as well, right?
Yes, we do have the Bene Gesserit, and they're all about voice powers and supreme muscle control. So they have abilities like the Bindu Sprint, where they can run at incredible
They've got a
speed,
benchmark
run into
tool
combat,
available
or run
on
away
Steam
from
right now,
combat.
Mithril. You can
They
actually go
have the
download
Compel,
that
which is
benchmark
where they
tool and see how
where
it'll
they can
perform
command someone to
on your
get
computer,
to them and
even if you have an old potato.
Incapacitate them for a bit until you and actually give you time to damage them before they regain.
You might be surprised. I have no idea. I have no idea what you're running, but you can check it out. Check out the benchmark
ability where they can move superhumanly fast behind someone and then attack from the back.
So these are, of course, only two of the archetype trees that we mentioned, but it's kind of surprising as well because, or not surprising, because those are my favorite ones. I go with them a lot, and I love combining the Swordmaster and the Bene Gesserit trees because they just work so well together, especially also if you like melee. But we'll see more on that a little later in the combat segment. If we talk about the Dune universe, of course, we need to talk about spice. Spice is important in the game for pretty much everything. It influences politics, it influences economics, it influences your character in all different kind of interesting and special ways, and it also influences combat.
Yeah, so that's true. So we have this special ability called Prescience. This is where you gain special powers through spice consumption or even inhaling spice in a spice field. If you're not wearing a spice mask for protection. So in the game, you start with two abilities, and then when you play the story, you will unlock a third ability at the same time as you unlock the spice prescience feature. So this is a very cool, very powerful mode to be in, where you will reduce the cooldowns on all of your abilities by quite a lot. You'll deal a lot more damage from your abilities, from range, from melee. You'll even become immune to poison. And additionally, it will actually trigger what we call capstone skills. So these are special passive skills that you invested in the various skill trees that we have. and they will only be active when you're in this special mode. So a few examples there are the shield overcharge, where you can actually see vulnerabilities in others' shield, and you can focus on those vulnerabilities and take down their shields faster. We have the Bindu dodge, where it appears as if dodge and blade attacks pass through you. Your health will regenerate at an accelerated pace as well. But what's really helpful to get an eye to understand the battlefield is it will highlight enemies. You will see their health, their weapons, their ammunition, and also the type of NPC that you will be dealing with. And it lasts for quite some time as well. It's a very powerful mode to be in, and it looks pretty cool as well.
Especially with ammunition, even though it feels like, oh, it shows ammunition, that's not that important. But it actually shows you when you have an opportunity or a window to actually attack. Because, yes, exactly, because NPCs have to reload as well. They kind of react very much like players have to as well.
Yeah.
But that was a lot of information. A lot of talk, and we're actually now going to show you how that actually looks in gameplay. We'll have Alex here.
Hopefully. Play
like a pro, like the pro he is, because he really knows what he's doing. No pressure.
He's played mouse and keyboard. Worth understanding is that the controller is already integrated, has been for the past year, works very well. I use the controller for all of my gameplay.
That our players will be able to have. Combat is a dance of multiple things, and we have a wide selection of very interesting toys that we'll demo here so that our viewers can see and experience.
So this will be solo combat first, right? Just to make that clear.
Ooh, we're actually low on water. I forgot to solve that problem beforehand. And we're standing in the sunlight.
See, that's why you should always be prepared if you go out.
Absolutely.
Make sure you have enough water.
We will not cheat to fix this problem. We will suffer the consequences
because we can cheat.
We will find water in the location that we go to. As you see here, we've begun to be dehydrated. But
it's very much worth mentioning that you'll be having fewer dashes because you're low on hydration.
Yeah, when you're low on hydration, you have less stamina, and your regen goes way down.
You can see where the pips are on the bottom left of the screen, above the hydration icon. Every time you cross that threshold, you're given a bonus to your stamina. Right now,
that's your water, is what he's talking about.
Do not have that bonus.
There's two lines. When you're at 1/3, you get a bonus. When you're at 2/3, you get a bonus. So the more hydration you have, the more bonuses you have to your stamina.
And on the same time, you're also sunstroke.
I'm also sunstroke, yes.
So if it rains, it pours, right? Absolutely. Even it's a Arrakis, but it still rains, it pours.
It's pouring sunlight.
Go for it.
So first, I'm going to talk about the tools that we're bringing, and then I'm going to touch on the skills that we have equipped for this character. This character specifically going to be for my playstyle. Let's talk about first the equipment. We have a selection of items: healing, melee, disruptor, rifle, scattergun. These all have their uses. I will use them interchangeably in combat. We have a armor kit. This is light armor. This is more focused around dashing and dodging and being more protective against melee attacks. We have our battery pack that fuels our two of our primary resources, which is technically they're both pulled from the same pool, the energy pool, which Holtzman shields use, and this is the Holtzman shield, and Holtzman suspense use also. Now we'll quickly show this before we go any further. So I will first activate my shield. Boop, boop. Fantastic.
Nice.
And then, as Vilja said, the unique narrative of Dune forces projectiles to have to put down a shield for them to read it. We must time our gameplay around this mechanic. Then, suspenses. The one I chose is the one I personally prefer the most. It is energy efficient, it doesn't give me vertical velocity, but it allows me to float. Maybe I will have to cheat to solve this water problem. This is becoming poignant.
And you saw that his shield started blinking there. That's because he was low on energy while he was suspended.
I'm gonna gas out and pop the bubble. Boom. There we go. Right. So here we have lost our shield. We have lost the perfect barrier because it is tied to the resource pool. Because we're floating, it will regenerate, and it will re-engage. There we go. Now, in terms of skills, let's have a quick look.
So this is further into the game because he's got all this stuff unlocked.
Is hiding a couple of buttons, but I'll pretend I know where they are.
He's got everything unlocked for all the different classes.
And my choice of skills.
Archetypes, sorry.
For me personally, and because of the setup that we're playing, which is away from the TV a little bit, on remote hardware. So if I miss, it's not my fault, it's the hardware's fault. I'm getting that out of the way now.
No gaming chair either.
No. Knee charge, compel, and assault seeker. In terms of my techniques, which are actions that function passively, I can't read them without glasses, oh my goodness. Right, that I believe it says center of mass. We have energy conservation to give me more juice so that I can fight for longer, float for longer, shield for longer, and death from above to give me benefits to my damage output while I'm floating. With that said, let's do this actually. Let's do a little bit cheating so that people don't see the magic hands while we're fixing the character.
The water consumption.
The water consumption. The thing that our support crew don't realize is that I need to see the other monitor so that I can fix it as well.
Actually,
fantastic. I'm going to look this way to fix it. Magic button there.
Just so we are like aligned with
it's
our character too.
Completely fair. There's no problems at all. This is just magic that happens.
Do you need some water as well? Are you okay?
I'm good. It's fine. So the character's fixed.
Nice.
Hydrated. Cheating concluded.
I mean, I've had a lot of fun in Dune Awakening.
Perfectly planned, perfectly prepared. Nothing happened.
It was all planned anyway from the get-go, so
and you can see that even though we're cheating, the health doesn't go up immediately. You will have to regenerate health.
Because we are hydrated, we are regaining.
Right, JK. Baldur's Gate 3 looks completely different, guys.
We're going to give it a second so that we don't completely get destroyed, even though we're shielded as we progress forward.
We can also talk about the fact that you're actually wearing a helmet, but you can actually hide the helmet.
Should I show that?
Yeah, you can. I mean, it's not combat related, but I think a lot of people are actually... Press D. You can press D.
Press the D key.
And there you go. So you have a toggle here, so you can actually toggle your helmet on and off. And
you will not be able to do such a thing, ergo.
Me too. Like a lot of
Nor should you, because you are not the Lisa Nelgaib.
I want to see my
the beautiful you should never be allowed to use those types of names when you create a character.
I believe...
You can survive the first encounter. That's just
I hope so. And we have the BNO mechanics that will allow me to stand back up again. Let's experience.
And you're also being dehydrated by the sun again.
Still, right. Let's get into the shadows. The location we're going to is an ecolab. It's to the forward left. We're gonna rotate counterclockwise and hit the entrance. I've been in this ecolab a couple times, so I have a relatively good memory of where the NPCs are. But if I make a mistake, it's not my fault. It's the hardware's fault. We shall begin.
Taking a bold approach here.
This is not. I hit every bullet. It's absolutely not me. We'll reheal, and because we're shielded, we continue to advance. Let's get into it. Let's pressure this. Let's pick up the tempo. I'm gonna go here.
He switched to melee.
Compel core.
There's control, which will pull the mob in.
Thank you.
Stun it for a second.
Him easily. We're relatively safe here. This character is by himself. His mate was dispatched. We're shielded. We're in shadow, and we're inside. This is the entrance of our ecolab location. I used compel there as one of my skills. In the very beginning of the game, we do not have access, like Vilja said, to all 3 skills. You must experience a certain narrative event before they come online.
Yeah. You probably have gotten it at this point in the game, yes. Because it's like 10 hours in or something.
Do you remember which tier we're in right now?
Steel?
Steel tier?
Well, this one is steel tier, but it's placed in Iron tier area.
Right, it's the challenging ecolab.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorites because it is quite long. It has very interesting disposition of rooms, and it forces you to really, really work, especially for the tier that it's in. So we're going to make our way down the hall. Actually, no, we'll save that for later. I was thinking about activating the prescient state, but I think we'll save that for later. So let's see. We have 2 characters here. They don't know we're here. We will... No, we won't do that. We'll just open up with the scattergun. Oh, no, okay, that was my mistake.
You could, though, like, if you crouch, you're actually making less noise.
This is one of the things that is not often evident, because if you crouch your character, you do not generate audio movement events. What that means is that if you can predict which way NPCs will move, you can get much closer to them to do what I essentially did here, which is get the scattergun in a much, much closer position.
Yeah, and this Scattergun obviously is better at close range because it scatters a lot of pellets, a lot of darts.
We will push through. Let's have a look.
Yeah, because the Scattergun is basically like your shotgun approach in other games.
The other interesting element here is that, as Vilja said prior, we don't only. Ooh, I missed.
Oh, that was a nice dodge from Nettie.
Let's not. I'm shielded. He's not going to do anything. It's okay. We're fine. We're overpowered. One of the things that Vilja mentioned before is that because of the setting, because of the Holdsman technology, and because of how we need to value, there has to be value to attacking something, but not really taking its hit points away, which is where staggers and the stagger mechanics really come in. For example, with the Scattergun is one of the best tools you have to force a stagger at short range, not melee range, but at short range, to a target that you manage to land all of your darts on. So you're going to continue advancing, explore this space.
What's up, Sanjo? JK, I know Thandar was having some issues earlier with YouTube as well. It was
so kind of a long
having
corridor.
loading issues.
I will zoom in with my magical Mark 1
I think he ended
eyeball
up switching over to
try
watch
spot
on
the
Twitch,
baddies.
but kept the YouTube chat
As we
open.
advance ever so slowly. No. There we go.
Notice he did the shoulder switch there.
Right. Pull back.
Yes,
Lead
me
charge.
in there.
We proceed to compel. Tactically withdraw.
He didn't.
Heroically running away.
Oof. Okay. Okay. I need to. This is the other element.
He just tried to do a knee charge.
Disposition them.
Oops! Tried to do a slow blade.
Oh, that's dodging. Please push
There's
through.
the slow blade.
Nice.
Yeah, buddy.
I need to. I have my abilities.
So we see it's very much about positioning and tactical combat.
1, 2, 3. He staggered, push through, push through, push through. Nice.
And as you saw, the NPC was actually doing a knee charge against you because they have the same abilities as we do.
And he's on reload, and I follow through.
He was just reloading. Yes, nice.
Successfully. We might actually get NPCs to maybe be a little bit more clever with when they reload versus shielded characters. That's a future team conversation.
Maybe you can at least imbibe some spice beer so you're ready for it.
Absolutely. Let's see. Let's take before we go any further. Let's one. Now push our bar upwards, and we have to wait a few ticks for it to get ready. We're not going to trigger it yet. We're going to wait for the go signal before we get spicy.
Also, you can do that via food or drinks, but also sometimes it kind of goes up organically.
I mean, if you go to a spice field, you will inhale spice
Yes.
directly.
And you can also see the particles in the air. You actually see it. That's very interesting.
Inhale.
Get over here.
Follow through, and we keep eyes out for the other characters. Yeah.
Oh, finish him.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's gonna come.
Oh, I didn't press keyboard fault, not my fault. I actually tried to dodge, or technically dash. Push through.
One thing I will say from
You saw
having
the
played a
shotgun
lot
dart
of
staggering
controller
and then falling
in the
through
beta,
with a blade.
My objective
switching
there
of
was
weapons on the
read the
controller is
telegraph on the
not
recharge
nearly as
and move
fast as it
tactically to the
is
side.
here. Because
I have
here,
to,
if you look on the
like,
bottom
press the
right,
button, but it's
you're
okay.
able to quickly switch
Success
weapons
we still
with
have.
button presses. So
Right.
he's
And
got his
here,
weapons set to number 2, 3,
because
4,
we're in
5.
Infiltrating, it
So
is
he's very quickly
actually
able
not
to
the
switch between
most
weapons. On the
easiest
controller,
place. Should
you
we
have to
activate
pull up
the
a
power?
radial menu
Sure.
first.
Let's do it.
So it's not quite as fast when
We're
you're playing on the
entering pressing
controller.
state. As Vilja said prior, we have increased output of damage. We have reduced cooldown
That's
from our
something that,
abilities,
you know,
and more importantly,
is
we
probably
have information. And
for those of you who
information
play
is
with a lot of
ammunition
control like
that
I
we can
do,
use
it's
to
an area of
Yeah, you
feedback
have to actually see the enemies
where
first, but once
I
you
do hope that they
you
address
are
like
highly
giving
more
us the
conscious of
ability
where
to
they are.
like quick
I
select
will actually try to
weapons
utilize the
with like a
playstyle of
flick of a
this
switch or
character
something as
built
opposed to
its
needing to
optimal.
open
I
a
will
radial
float
menu
like-
and go find it on the radial menu. It would be cool if we had like the ability to like thumb tab over or something.
Please hit. No, okay. No, like, not that way.
You did see the buff activate
Yeah,
though
yeah.
on the right side from
So
your
you want to heal, I need to
passives
engage
while
this
you were
frame.
floating.
Dash sideways. 1, 2, 3. Dash away. Defense. Parry. Follow through. Success.
And since you're spec'd, you're on the same tier as them basically, it's just one slow blade. If you go against higher tiered enemies, you will have to use more of those, so that's obviously more challenging.
Normally, the first time players experience a location that they are under-geared for, they need to be ooh, okay, let's proceed to melee. Yeah, and you shall. Okay.
From what we saw there was that you were blocking. You weren't parrying. You were holding block actually.
I didn't feel comfortable in the situation to try to risk it. How did he die? I guess he exploded.
Yeah, there is perfect block in this game, or perfect parry, I should say, which staggers the enemy. So timing on block and parry is important.
No, that's the same button. Reload this
But
button.
like he said, it's a timing thing. So if you miss it, they can hit you for damage. And in some cases, it's better to just block and not take that risk.
And as you saw there.
By the way, for those of you who are tuning in for Baldur's Gate 3, don't worry, we'll be getting back to it later. But we're spending an hour and a half, a couple hours this morning watching this live stream, and then we'll get back to Baldur's Gate 3 later.
Usually it's okay. It's just a question
this was my
of how many
breakfast break.
resources players are willing to sacrifice for their speed and or efficiency.
Yeah, that's where the shield comes into play, Hector, because you don't need to worry about it if you're wearing
But we also
shields.
see here what you mentioned earlier when we talked about solo group play. Like Alex is really trying to be able to pick his fights, right?
Yeah.
Like trying to separate enemies, trying to go for cover, use his ability to not have to fight everyone.
Yeah.
I compelled the heavy there to force them into a long CC effect while dispatching his friend. I'm going to come back now and solve the problem. Okay? Oh no.
And this is the first time we see a heavy in this.
There's different types of CC as well. I know right now he's using the control.
Explosive damage to get a little bit of chip on him. Not that much chip, but let's see what happens. We're going to go in. 1, 2, 3. Push through. Disengage. See if he decides to bubble. No. Another hit. Okay. No.
And yeah, this guy has a minigun, and they are very good at taking down your shield as well.
What are the that was very close. Okay.
He was just about to do a suspensor blast, which would incapacitate Alex.
One of the big things that players will experience is that even though, as we listed prior, even though an individual character is quite easy to handle, the second you mismanage space or mismanage resources, it becomes very, very tricky. I need to stop speaking of focus. It becomes very, very tricky to handle the output that everything is throwing, which is why I need to try to focus these guys down quickly. CC him, disengage, reposition.
I jokingly say running away bravely, but like it's really a tactic.
It's a smart tactic sometimes.
You should try to get away from it, regroup, and then go back in with a plan. Because going up against a lot of enemies solo is tricky.
Right, let's progress. Okay, this way. It looks interesting. Let's have a look.
And once you get shields, it does dramatically change your survivability. Like before you get shields in the game, you gotta be aware of all the bad guys.
And then we'll press the opposite direction.
The quality of life progression so far has been very pleasant.
It's not me, it's the hardware. Into melee, blocking. No, I failed. Okay, knee charge. Recharge successful, push through.
Boom.
Abilities allow you.
But you can only ever have 3 abilities at any given time. That's something that's very important to understand. So you have to think about it. Even if you have access to 50, you have to pick 3 that you're going to be using.
I pulled away to regenerate my stamina, re-heal to be safe. I could probably have succeeded the fight. I just didn't want to choose to risk my resources because everything in Dune costs time, costs investment. Why risk when you can make things a little bit more successful?
Right, and you might even have lost a shield because of the minigun.
And I'll mention for the beta players that we're doing a big rework or iteration on stamina. So a lot more things will cost stamina. Stamina won't always regenerate depending on actions that you do. You won't regenerate stamina as you sprint, for instance. We have a few more fixes coming in for this as well, but it will be a much more valuable and an important aspect of combat.
This version is not on the beta, right?
No, this is not on the beta.
Right, so this is the first time beta players could be potentially seeing the changes that are upcoming.
Yeah.
Interesting. Lovely lore tidbit. Let's press the button. People can enjoy the text on screen while we proceed to succeed.
That's actually the boss that is talking.
It's the leader of this area, Inhaler.
I don't see any contacts. We'll push forward and further and okay. This looks like a space with something. There we go. Right. So my press instinct has depleted.
Oh yeah.
Which is why I don't see the character's lovely highlights to tell me what they're about to do. So I need to choose when to go in with much less information.
And we can see here what's happening now is that he's in withdrawals. We can't actually consume spice. He needs to wait for that bar to go down, then he can consume spice. However, he will have to consume more spice now than he did in the first round because his tolerance is growing. And this can go up to quite a high level where he'll have to consume a lot of spice in order to be able to go Creche.
Shall we consume spice?
I am indeed booked in me.
I will know. I will focus on the gameplay. Right, dispatched. Okay, let's see what this character is doing. Okay, he thinks I'm there. Let's compel. One. Break away. Scattergun.
I'm actually doing a lot of offline play for the first time ever right now, which is actually this game because I'm in that limited beta preview event that started about, I think on the 11th is when it started, so we're like a weekend, something like that. What is the date today?
Oh, no.
16th, so we're like five days in. So I actually have a session planned today at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, which I'm playing offline. We're actually going to go do I'm duoing today, so I'm going to be playing with another player, and we're going to be going in and doing one of the PvE sort of dungeon environments. Which is what you're seeing right here, one of these types of areas for some quests, and then those get recorded, uploaded. I've already got 12 videos uploaded and ready to go, so today we'll be recording episodes 13 and 14 in the series that I'm doing. I'll probably end up with about 30 videos,
now a little bit when it comes to spawning items,
maybe 40, at least 30 to 40 videos that I'll have ready to go by the end of the month, and then as soon as the embargo goes down for the limited beta event, I'll be able to start publishing those.
To craft spice beer, spice coffee yourself, and you'll also sometimes find it in loot.
Okay.
Then again, if you're like getting close to spice field, it would also
happens if I don't dispatch them quickly. See, I can shoot. I can float and shoot as well. No, I have to reload. That's a mistake, Alex. There we go. My shield almost popped. This is from 2 attackers.
It's not confirmed.
Okay, less speaking, more focus. Sorry.
The Oblivion remaster is not confirmed. Bethesda has not made a press statement. It is not confirmed.
Nice. Disrupted, reloaded. Right.
When Bethesda makes the press announcement and Bethesda says that it's out, then we'll confirm it. But it's not confirmed until Bethesda says so.
Are we alone? We're alone. We continue. I believe we are 2 rooms away.
Still nothing more than leaks and rumors.
Let's see how well we overcome this. We have 1 shooter, 1 fighter, and oh, that's another one. Okay, I will try to quickly compel away. What's that problem? Focus on this problem. Explosive floating bomb. Go down. You decided to.
Oh, he tried to knee dash.
Oh, parry! I'm sorry. I will counter your parry with my knee. Successful. Oh, that's his friend. Parry.
Nice.
Counter. Rotation. Fantastic.
So pay attention to his left hand. That's why I don't play mouse and keyboard anymore, because you have to do, like, I did that for 25 years, and my hand is like, nope.
that are helping me. I'm unhydrated. Where's there water?
That's why I play a controller these days.
Can I find some water here?
To the right there. No, I thought it was.
Let me do a quick rotation around this room to see if there's a water container somewhere in here that I can exploit. Else,
I have no idea how many abilities there are. There's a bunch throughout all the archetypes.
One more. Let's just check this.
They showed it on screen, I don't know, 15-20 minutes ago before they went into the dungeon, because he was showing off all the archetypes. Because this is a beta. This is a.
Is there a second?
Promotional character, so he has access to all of the abilities across the archetypes.
Even without the bonus, it's good not to go too far close to the red. All right, let's continue our experience.
It gives me anxiety to just walk past loot boxes. That is like so.
Sorry, developers.
Gotta open all the boxes.
Developers. Yeah. Let's continue through. Okay, let's check the corridor. Nice. Okay. Right, and I believe we ought to be somewhere near one of the primary events.
So this is where we come to the
He's doing a lot of shoulder swapping as well. I don't actually do that very often, but you can.
You've taken care of all the enemies inside.
The terminology of a blood door is started off as an internal keyword for us. These are technically Holtzman shields that have been specifically configured for very, very specific purposes to make a gameplay experience better for the player. We shall proceed through. Now,
And if you look back at the door, you can see that you can't
It's
actually
red
exit
now.
now.
Yep. It's
however,
locked in.
your friends can follow through.
Yeah.
And sometimes not friends also follow.
This is true.
And this is where some of the deep desert ecology become very, very interesting.
Yeah.
All right, so in this location we have a big gameplay space, 3 paths, left, middle, and right, and there is also an underside. I happen to know this because I've reviewed this Ecolab a couple of times, and I will pretend like I don't, but I do. We will engage with this piece of content doing a clockwise rotation, going left and around. Let's see how well we do. We will try not to aggro too much because, as we saw previously, if I make a mistake, I am punished. We will try to minimize mistakes, and again, crouching to not risk being heard until we absolutely have to. That's a heavy. This is a bad location. I should not have gone this way. I need to use this box to keep cover from the heavy. Let's see how long my shield can hold before I...
Oh, he melted your
okay,
shields.
Please shield, shield, shield. What is he doing? Shield, shield, compel. Run through. We will not fight him because we don't have the resources to. We will engage. No, I missed. Oh, yeah. No, stop, no, stop. Please stop. Okay, stab, stab, stab. Finish, crouch.
Get out, get out.
Get below line of fire. That
Get
guy
low,
doesn't see us.
get low,
We have
get low.
resources. We're going to go in.
Oh, you missed.
This was a marksman that I happen to know is here. It is quite dangerous if he is not dispatched quickly. They proceed to stack up a lot of poison damage on our players. We will not fight the heavy because that is a dangerous proposition. Instead, continue to rotate around the location to dispatch his friend. Actually, let me see. Maybe it's not so bad. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get rid of this guy before we get into too much trouble. Compel, advance. No, Alex. Stab the body. Stab. No, get away. Good shot.
Oh, that was
no, I don't
cool.
have any stamina. No.
That's exactly when it comes down to resource management.
I'm too eager right now.
Power
yes.
tools.
That push through? No, it didn't. Try again. Dash in. And miss. Great. Follow. Stagger, push through. There we go.
Even a combat designer can play perfectly every single time. That's
It's
totally
the
fine.
hardware.
Yes,
Don't blame
it's
me.
the hardware and
It's
the
okay.
game engineer.
I am actually disappointed that my pressing state is depleted yet again. It is not very efficient to not know how many hit points the opposition has.
Well,
However, we will make do.
Normally people won't explain so much as they have the pressure state basically because you lost quite a bit of it
Yes.
there. It does last for quite some time.
What did I do? Go back a little bit. See what happens. It's a heavy and a...
And aside from combat like this now, he's in withdrawal, and you start seeing these pink
effects on the
elements
screen.
showing up every now and then.
He's got
so
spice withdrawal.
After a while, you might start seeing things that aren't there if you trigger pressures too often.
Why is that? Spice can influence your character in all different kinds of ways?
Yep. Drugs are bad,
Almost
kids.
Have a shield. Come on, push through. No, not enough. Next weapon. Oh, successful. Okay, great. And then let's look.
Now, one thing he's
around.
not doing, which she
actually
did mention, he's
reload
not
before
looting any of the
we
loot
further.
boxes. He's also not
Disruptor,
checking bodies
rifle,
for loot.
step gun,
You can
fantastic,
also
rifle
draw
equipment.
blood
See
from
what we
bodies if you're low on water,
I
and you can
believe
use the blood
we have cleared the left and right,
to
and now we need to have a look at the middle.
put into a water
Yes, we do.
recycler, so it
How we clear
filters
it?
the blood for
Let's
water.
have
In a
a
pinch, if
floating
you're running
detonator.
low on water, you can drink
3,
blood,
2,
but
1,
it has some
click.
negative side
Some
effects.
damage.
So this
They've kind of showed a lot of that stuff in
actually
other
has
videos. This
double
one is
functionality
almost
where you can
exclusively
throw it
focused
and
on the
explode in
combat,
contact,
but
or you can trigger it as it moves towards the target.
worth pointing
Or
out
past the target.
for people who might be new and haven't seen previous content.
Push through the shield. Nice. Reload equipment. Reloaded. Oh, hello. No. Wait. I'm not ready. Wait. Take your turn. Floating bomb. Yeah. Oh, I missed time that. That was too far. Go
There's also
reload.
headshot damage. You
there we
can
go.
spec for
Sure.
bonuses, for
some health.
different weapon types. You can
see that the
spec
door is still
for
locked over there, so
different
there's
types of
enemies.
bonuses with,
Yeah, that's the
like
way
for
we need to go.
headshots,
So we
body
need to find
shots.
the remainder of the encounters.
Yeah.
Hey, and from this vantage point,
some floating maybe.
We will absolutely succeed float.
That's where you go.
Okay. No. Bad. No, that's also bad. Please
Yeah,
don't.
shields are
Please
down,
don't.
health is down.
I have to confront it. I don't have any. Oh, get away!
That's my experience with this.
Disruptor?
That's my experience with this Ecolab as well. It can get out of hand really quickly if you're not very careful. If you solo this.
Where is it? Okay, heal. Where's the heavy? If he's around the corner, I'll rotate right. 1 health pack, 2 health pack. Stay low. Stay low. Stay safe. I have stamina. I have resources. Go. Okay, let's go. Daggers to hand. He was right here. There he is. Quantum bomb. Bam.
I'm just choosing to ignore you.
What?
Oh, you got
me. Okay. Knee to the face. Dagger through. And run away. Give me my cooldowns back. And stamina. Stamina's 1. Compelled. Dagger. This is all about risk minimizing. I could have been much more aggressive. I could have risked my durability of my equipment. I chose not to. I believe we have mostly cleared the space. Let's have a reload and a look-see. Here we go. Right. Let's get back upstairs. To there. To there.
Yeah, you see the door is green there. So we're not going to go through the next room. That's where Inna Hiller, the leader of this Ecolab or this testing station, is. We're gonna end the solo play at this point.
Yep. I love
What's up, Deeks?
Not spoil the boss here.
No,
Yes. Even though we heard her talk actually earlier, so it's like we're not gonna kill her this time around.
So now they're gonna show some
that gives us
group
the
stuff.
opportunity to now from solo gameplay go into group gameplay. We're gonna set up some things behind the scenes. We're gonna watch a quick video first, and then we'll be right back with more gameplay for you to watch.
God, the sounds, man. Way to make me feel old. Music from the classic Dune games. Oh my god.
We are back again. As we mentioned, we're going to set up a few more things behind the scenes. The crew will tell me when we're ready to actually go. We all ready?
No, there have been many different types of Dune games over the years.
We're going to talk a little bit more about the differences between the Ecolab that we just went through solo and the Ecolab that we're actually going through now in group play. We can still do that. Actually, we can explain that a little bit as well because the approach is going to be quite different. Plus, also we see more group viability or like group gameplay, group like what's the term I'm looking for?
Coordination.
Coordination.
Thank
you.
Planning.
Exactly.
Well, a little bit more of them planning because these locations are in the deep desert, so you have to have a fair bit of planning and protection because not everyone here is a friend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the deep desert ecolabs, they are in PvP areas, so you run the risk of PvP here, obviously.
Also, we see also the players here, they wear higher tier armor, they have better weapons, they have more abilities as well. Plus, but you're probably going to comment on that later on as well, the approach and the mechanics in this type of ecolabs is kind of different than we just saw in the solo gameplay.
Yes, the enemies are much more aggressive, they're much higher tiered enemies. The weaponry and the gadgets and abilities they use against you are more advanced. Also here, the blood doors have an additional function where waves will spawn. So not only do you have to clear the room once, you have to clear it. You have to clear all the waves.
Swordmaster
before you can actually continue to the loot. And loot also works a little bit differently in the deep desert compared to PvE areas. PvP loot and PvE loot works differently. So in PvE, everybody gets the loot. You can't cheat anyone because anyone going up to the loot box, exactly, they will get the loot. However, here you have to trust that the first person to get the loot actually will share it with the group, which may or may not be the case.
So better make sure you have good friends. Like let's call it, let's say it that way, right? So yes.
So yeah, we just used we just cut down the door, as you saw. This is the same technology as is used to harvest rocks and materials out in the world.
The players are going to advance through the first of the blood doors, exploring the space around them, and we will experience.
I think Camille playing, so he is actually looting boxes. Thank you. Better for my anxiety.
Let's see what our players encounter. Exploring the space. I love these. These are so different just to seeing desert all of the time. It's lovely.
I do recommend having a shot caller on the team, someone who coordinates, because if everybody just do their own thing, these enemies are not only higher T, they have more health, they're much more aggressive.
Also, can we talk about friendly fire?
Absolutely.
So you won't do damage to your friends with normal darts, things like that. However, area effects, abilities, and the flamethrower will actually damage your friends. They won't take full damage, but you should be careful.
So everything that kind of does area of attack damage, right, will also kind of damage to your friends.
So things like poison, explosives, flame, when delivered in an AoE, which is also flamethrower, and in a deployable, like you showed me using the assault seeker beforehand. And CC effects like Suspensor Grenade or Reduction Grenades are also applied in full. So you really need to manage where you deploy your AoE CCs to not hamper your allies.
That's good to know about friendly fire stuff. But if I'm not mistaken, they are in a PvP area right now. So
to receive the next, they will rearm and re-equip.
There could be other people coming.
And we'll do maybe some of the shot calling for them instead.
Because he did say that this is in the deep desert, I think is what he said.
Gameplay.
And that's a PvP
They also
area.
have different builds, different abilities equipped, different weapons, which is interesting. These ones switch between those different.
I love the camera work that we're doing right here. Like we saw one player focusing an NPC and then we immediately switched to his friend to focus on the same NPC. This is exactly the kind of coordination players will need to exhibit in these locations. While it may not be obvious until you're actually playing these places, these NPCs are significantly stronger, they're faster, they are much more dangerous. However, some people might want to challenge themselves and come here by alone. Who knows? It's up to them.
Yeah.
They also retreat, they use cover, they use the same abilities that players have at their disposal as well, depending on how
they'll dash and they'll parry much more often as well. I do want to mention one thing again to the beta players, that we have listened to feedback when it comes to how friendly fire works. Friendly fire will still be valid for groups, but
that's the turret. I use that turret a lot.
Guilds,
it's one of the Mentat abilities.
Change, both guild mates and group mates were considered allies for the purposes of not taking damage.
Okay, so guildmates, yeah, don't take damage. Okay,
this
that's
is one of my favorite. Like, I can tell that's a Swordmaster build because you saw the green effect, which is basically a passive of the Swordmaster archetype. If you kill someone, it will give you a buff for, I think the first level is 15% more damage for the next attack as well. After you kill
you see the Bene Gesserit, they stand apart because their effects are black or dark.
It's very distinct, so players can understand what's happening around them.
Oh, they got a wave coming in.
This is very good.
These, especially these, are very dangerous.
That poison ability is also a Mentat thing. I use it. The poison and the turret are.
A bit of resource management, a bit of coordination, a little bit of healing.
What we saw there was quick looting. They looted them quickly. They didn't have to go into an inventory. You can go into an inventory and just pick the pieces you want, but that was quick looting where you just hit spacebar and you get them one by one.
I think that person's actually kind of poisoned right now. If I like that, you can see the.
So in the paradigm that we have, applying a healing kit will remove poison effects from the players. One of the nice things about poison grenades is that, especially both in PvE and PvP, they have a use case. Not only will they force NPCs to move, because NPCs don't like to be in bad clouds of green stuff, it also forces players in PvP to actually make a choice between, do I want to stay here and suffer this?
You can see how much more reactive the NPCs are acting in this dungeon, because it's a group dungeon. They're using a lot more abilities, they're ducking, dodging, they're coming around and flanking. The AI is on point. This is a group dungeon, so it's much more challenging than a solo
wonder
dungeon.
what they're doing. They're doing the same thing the player is doing. They're actually running away to heal so that they can come back.
And they can, of course, also revive themselves. They can get out of the down but not out state as well, like players can.
I love the floating light machine gun, the character build just now that we saw a second.
Oh yeah.
That's a throwback to the one.
The turrets. Yeah. I was about to mention it earlier because we've seen it a few times now. We haven't actually commented on it, which is.
Here we see it, the turret.
Yes, which is a Menta.
It's a Menta, yeah.
It's like actually one of the first Menta.
Poison Cloud and the turret are both Mentats.
And now we're in Prescient state again. So
and you got a lot of ads. Holy crap!
That's what we do. A little bit of panic, a little bit of crossfire. The question is, will our team survive and succeed and receive the rewards?
Depends on the hardware, from what I understand.
Nice one. Oh my god. Okay, brownie points. That was really nice.
Very good. Very good. I enjoy it.
Unscripted joke.
Oh,
awesome. Note that we
There is no news, Mantis Toboggan.
That was really nice.
Here we go.
If Bethesda has not made a press statement, then it's not news. It's a rumored myth, and it's not real.
You're still focusing on. Okay.
We only focus on actual news on this channel. We don't participate in
also,
rumors.
we've seen a knife earlier,
We don't
like,
grift.
and now we actually see a sword in action.
One of the big differences that
We wait for official news from the companies behind the
swords are an
products.
area of control weapon. They're a little bit slower than daggers, but daggers allow you to quickly attack and also lunge. One of the things that we really want to focus on for our melee playstyles, which is not super evident right now, but soon TM will be, is that they are all distinct, have a gameplay role that players can choose to enjoy.
Wow, they've got another wave of enemies coming in.
They will have distinct counters and strengths and weaknesses.
I mean, I gotta say it again. I love melee. I'm like, it's my builds. Like, I combine Swordmaster plus chest read skills, and I absolutely love it. Plus, I have a sniper rifle. Because I either want to be super far away and kill people really fast, or be in their face. Like, that's kind of a playstyle.
Oh, he got stunned.
They were just saw a suspensor blast from the enemy there, which staggered our friend here.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure from 2 NPCs.
Oh, he's getting nailed.
So here
Tag
we see some
teams.
special NPCs. These NPCs are configured to be different from the normal experience, wherein the actions and abilities that they perform are much,
he's
much
gonna
more,
die.
They're really wailing on.
Oh, yeah, he just went down.
Oh my god.
You guys have to work harder to survive. Let's go. No cheating.
Should have used that presence.
Where was I? Right, some of these NPCs are configured quite differently to the normal experience outside of the deep desert. They have abilities that players do. They are on a lower cooldown, and they are much, much more eager to use them against players.
Yeah.
Aggressive.
Very.
Let's call it aggressive. Yeah, they're very aggressive. Yes.
Ability use. Oh, they defeated the wave.
They
That's
did
fantastic.
actually. Yeah, they did defeat them.
Then we are waiting. Oh, and they're prepping as well with turrets and everything. Right.
Also getting
Let's
their
see
friend.
where the next wave comes in from. Oh, bubbles. Bubbles everywhere. A bit of focus.
Be nice there you can see all the abilities that specific NPC has.
Access granted.
They need to defeat all of the NPCs before the next wave triggers. Oh, actually, was that the last wave?
I was just wondering that. I was just about to ask.
I
like,
believe our friend successfully succeeded.
Because it's actually, because the door is green there.
Yeah.
So just an awesome.
Good job.
Good job, team. It was wonderful.
And we can see here on the left, in the lower left corner, that they're all grouped up. You see the names of them and everything. So
Right, yes.
Good going group, good going team.
Absolutely.
Someone took one for the team, which is totally okay. Someone, you have to have a sacrificial lamb.
Yeah. And now, that awkward moment where trust is tested in terms of who chooses who gets the loot.
Exactly.
Who knows?
Well, you have a leader. You have a leader who hopefully like.
I much prefer
distributes it
games
fairly.
that do it where everyone gets an item. I'm not a big
you
fan
nice
of
to see
that
the
system that
group
they're
set-
using, which is the old school system
Actually, the
of
group
there's
setups
only
has changed.
loot in the
Oh,
box
oh,
for a
ooh.
certain amount of, so you know you have to choose who gets what, because if you're grouping with randos, someone's gonna ninja loot every time, and someone's gonna be like, I
The
need
group
that
setup
item
is
because I can
changing
sell it
there
on the
behind the scenes.
market,
Okay,
and I
yeah.
need it more than you need it, even though you could
Nice.
equip it. Meh,
It's
I
one of those
don't fuck
moments
that. I don't like that.
when
Not a fan.
friends decide not to be nice to each other.
Never say it again. Make sure
That's
you
why I
know
like
your
World of
friends,
Warcraft
have
these
close
days,
friends.
because everybody
Is it
gets a
like
piece
keep
of
your
loot.
friends close. No, keep your enemy close. No, keep your friends close. Your enemy closer. Keep your friends close. Your enemy closer.
Oh, from the second perspective. Oof.
It's just, this is a single.
So,
That's a shield ability
2-on-2 player fight in a
that you could lay
confined
down.
space is going to get messy. There's going to be colors on the screen. There's going to be effects.
And it
going off.
actually will, like, it has a
We
secondary
will
effect, if I'm
see
not
if we can
mistaken, where,
comment
like, it
as best we can to
slows
what's
enemies
happening.
that come through it.
See, like
there's
sports
someone dead there already.
Oh, they took somebody down. That was very fast.
Is it 2 versus 1 now?
Stamina
Or
loss.
is it? Yeah, 2 versus 1. Yeah. Oh, nice.
This is very nice.
Oh, someone went prescient.
Cheating! They're cheating.
No.
I would call it cheating. If
So this
someone
is
goes first and I can't,
this is
it's
player
obviously
versus player
cheating.
at this point.
Someone
I
has like.
believe somebody got betrayed.
Looks like it.
Oh, and there's another. Oh, there's a second
Ooh,
betrayal.
That was a Bene Gesserit skill on a friend. That's like
Yeah,
that's
so
like
this
the
is like,
ultimate
hey,
betrayal.
we
If you
found
use
the
a Bene
loot. I want
Gesserit
all the
skill
loot.
on
I'm
your
gonna betray the
friend.
group that I came in here with. I'm gonna
That is
kill
just
everybody and
the
then
ultimate
take the loot.
betrayal.
The question is, who is the better player?
This is an interesting fight.
This is very close.
Yeah.
Very close.
Oh!
Oh, it's
Someone
getting
ran out of
staggered.
stamina.
No, yeah.
I know, Mister. This is an awesome. This is the Dune. This is the Dune mod for Baldur's Gate 3.
So, the new whirlwind.
Yeah.
So, tremendous though.
Sword is there. Oh, I believe. Oh, the count is back. Needs to be a little bit more ability use and a little bit better stamina management. Bank your stamina and deploy it in one big burst.
Actually, you don't see the stamina on the other player, even if you're prescient, which
No.
is actually really. I think that's.
Oh, so it, boom.
That's close. It almost got one of the players is sitting
Some
right
ten- some
here,
tension in the
and he
room
just
here.
went like throwing his head back, and his headphone just went flying. It's just like, well done, though, team. Well done. That was
can only
great.
be one.
There can only be one. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. There can only be one. But yeah, make sure you have close friends before if you go into.
Never
these
fear,
matches
guys.
to
We'll be
collab.
getting
These
back
kind
to
of
Baldur's Gate 3 here in a
situations
bit
is
when this
one
stream
of the
wraps up.
paradigms that
We're
we
about
designed
30 minutes
the
out,
game
looks like.
around, which is making friends and enemies. We don't
Mm-hmm.
really care which is which, but if you're making friends, if you're making enemies, the game will sustain itself, I think.
Remember to belong the way.
Exactly, exactly.
I would care who are my friends. I was like, you don't care who is which, but it's yeah. But also, I like to backstab people. So there you go. Like in terms of friends and enemies and
That's
enemies.
great.
And, yeah, so.
I very much enjoyed that. I didn't expect a double backstab at all.
the double backstab.
Well,
okay,
plans within
no pun
plans within
intended.
plans. You know, that's how it goes.
No pun intended. Who was the instigator? I blame Camille, by the way, behind the scenes there.
I think I
So-
saw him play some mine or something.
He's denying it. I don't believe him. I don't believe him. I'm 100% sure. I know it wasn't anyone else. My mind was Camille. Anyway, that was the combat section. Thank you so much, Viljar and Alex, for being here chatting and showing off some of the gameplay. We have, of course, as we mentioned.
By the way, all the
earlier
gameplay they've showed today
today,
is deep into the game.
better
Like
weekend
they
coming
had
up
a
that
full suite
a
of
lot of
abilities,
players will
a
be
full
able
suite
to
of
enjoy
weapons.
and test the
That is
combat and
quality of life
awakening
progression. Because I can promise you, you do not have access to all that shit in the early stages of the game. You don't have shields. You start off with a knife.
Next month, more concrete information regarding
You have
that
to
will,
build
of
your way
course,
up to what they were
come
showing.
soon from our side. But before we dive into the next segment, we are just gonna have a little bit of a break, and we'll be right back.
There's a definite progression to the game.
Welcome to Arrakis, the most dangerous planet in the universe.
Yep, we are looking at
Dune
the
Awakening
Dune
is a
Awakening
multiplayer survival game
preview
on
live
a
stream from
massive
yesterday,
scale,
where they showed
where the
off
open, ever-changing
combat.
world ensures exploration remains
The game
a
is due
vital
out June
activity.
10th, with Head
Join
Start
us
access
as
on
we
June
traverse
5th.
the breathtaking landscapes and uncover what the sands
I've got about
have hidden.
30 videos coming out at
Follow
the
in
end
the
of the
footsteps
month
of the
when the
native
embargo
shrimp
goes down for the limited
learn
beta
to
preview
overcome
event that
the
I'm currently
deadly
partaking in.
environment.
And I've already
Collect
covered quite a
materials
few
to craft a shelter, still suit, and your
closed
first
beta
vehicle,
videos already, so you can
then
take a look
venture
at my
into the
Dune Awakening
desert.
playlist over on YouTube.
With a scanning module installed, you can scan for resources in smaller areas, or climb the highest peaks to launch a survey probe, revealing large swaths of terrain and important locations like shipwrecks or abandoned Imperial testing stations. Traverse difficult terrain with tools like the sugar wire
I'm already
claw
playing the game,
and
Scalera.
dispenser belt, and claim powerful tech.
But yeah,
and
I've
gear.
been planning to play this game since it was
Expand
announced
your
like 3
fleet of
years ago.
vehicles and
I love
upgrade them
Dune.
with new modules
It's up
to
there
suit
for me
your
with like
playstyle.
Star Wars, Star Trek, Blade Runner, Middle
From the
Earth,
cockpit of the iconic
Forgotten Realms,
Ornithopter.
Dragonlance.
Even the most
I love the
remote
Dune universe,
expanses of
so
Arrakis
yeah,
are
absolutely.
within your reach.
I also played Dune Spice
In the
Wars
deep
last year,
desert,
which is another fun
massive
comp game, but
Coriolis
that's a
storms
4X
regularly
RTS
sweep
game.
across the land with monstrous power, changing the entire map every week. As new resources and secrets are revealed, the race to survey.
But yeah,
the
I've been in the
vast
closed
new
beta for this since
landscape
last year.
begins anew.
I'm in a limited
Be the first to mark the
preview event right
location of
now with some other
precious
content creators and
resources,
press. We're currently being
and
allowed
give them after
to
your
record our
allies,
own
or
footage
sell
for
it
the
to
very
other
first
players
time.
on the exchange.
That footage will be coming
Here,
out at the
there
end
are
of the
no
month.
paths
I've
to
already
tread,
got
only power
a
to
dozen
claim.
videos uploaded.
This
I've got another
is
session I'm playing
infinite
this afternoon
exploration.
where I'm
This
recording
is
episodes
Arrakis.
13 and 14. I should have around 30 videos ready to go by the end of the month.
All right, and we are back. We know that, of course, we're following comments and things that we see on the internet, on our social channels, and we know that some of you have been concerned regarding Head Start and how our servers actually work. What the hell was that? Stop it. This guy. It's the worst. No, anyway. So we, of course, have heard your concerns. Thank you. So we know which troublemakers are actually sitting on the side here. I'll introduce
Joel's
him
in here
soon
being
enough,
naughty.
don't worry. But anyway, we're going to talk about server structure and also social play, like, because some of you were concerned if someone starts Head Start and you start later, can you still play with your friends? How is that going to work for groups and guilds and all those things? And we're actually going to talk about this. And here to talk about that is this troublemaker, Joel.
My name is Chris. No.
Oh my god. Save me, please. No. The game director, you know him, you love him, maybe you hate him, I don't know. No, we'll love him.
I'm sure it'll be
Despite
both.
everything.
Equal elements of both, like yin and yang.
But you want to introduce yourself quickly anyway, just to chat
Sure, my name
for
is
those.
Chris Knife. I'm the creative director on Dune Awakening. And I'm joined here by luscious Leo.
Yeah.
And Leo, you are?
I'm Leo. And I'm
Late
lead
back,
game
Leo.
designer on Dune Awakening. And yeah, as that, I manage the design team here in Oslo, and I also work with building systems and the social systems.
Indeed.
Right.
And this is going to be one of those sections you all love where we talk and we don't show gameplay for a few seconds.
He's totally trolling everybody. He's totally trolling the trolls.
There's
visual
a very,
assets,
very cool infographic that someone made.
Which we're having on the screen any second now, because we talk about server structure.
That was the wrong
That is
one.
not the one. That is
No,
the right
that's
one.
the right one.
Perfect.
Well
there we
done.
go. Again,
Champion.
it's a live stream. What would a live stream be without some hiccups?
All right.
Anyway, please, Joel, talk to us about server structure, servers, worlds, all the good stuff.
All right, cool. I will talk to you about this, Natasha. So Dune Awakening has a very unique, somewhat different server structure to the type of games you'd expect. If you're a survival player, you're probably used to one map, one server. But Dune Awakening has kind of a larger server structure on the back end. So we have what we call worlds. Worlds are made up of multiple servers, which we call internally sietches. So often when you join a sietch, you'll see here in this infographic that Haga Basin has this big stack of sietches. So when you sign up, you'll choose your world and then you'll join a sietch within that world. Each of those Haga Basin sietches contains maximum 40 players per map, but all of those maps add up to create the entire world. The deep desert, the social hubs like Kharkov Village and Arakeen, they are actually shared social spaces in the world. The deep desert being the big PvP area in the world.
Yeah. So
of
the way
course,
this
like, so
works,
we're
Mistra,
talking about,
is
like, we have
Kagha
this 5-day
Basin
head start. I know people are concerned.
and the
The
social
thing is,
hubs. That's all
you'll be able to join
PvE
worlds that we
content. So
open
there's
during that head
and there's
start.
more
We'll also
zones than just Kagha
open more
Basin.
worlds
He's
when the
just
game
that's
launches,
the starter area.
But you could also join a siege in a world that isn't
So,
necessarily the same
that's
siege
all
as your friend,
PvE
but
stuff.
You'll be able to go and visit
The
your
deep
friend. You'll be able to
desert
do a lot
is
of stuff with your friends. So
it's open.
It's kind of you're not going to be
PvP
locked out for the
in-game
most part
stuff.
of any content.
You could do
when you
100%
join
of the storyline
after
solo,
the head start.
PvE,
Also, I would
never
say
group
get
with
better
another
friends
player
and
if
let
you don't
them
want
buy you
to.
the head start.
There are
that's another thing.
PvE
I think is a
dungeons
really good
and
option.
PvP dungeons,
You
but
also
all the
said
PvP
40
is 100%
players
consensual.
Per max per
You
server
never
per
have to. I
siege.
don't PvP. I'm a
what
Care
happens
Bear.
if someone
So
joins
I am.
anyway? If there's like
I'm mostly here for the crafting
If there-
survival
if more
base
than 40
building
people try to
component of
join
this game,
at one time, so it's
and the
concurrent
fact that
users,
it's
so
new.
CCU.
Like I could give two
And that
shits
means
about
that,
the
then they'll be
PvP.
put into a queue to wait to join. So we can have more characters on a server than 40. We can have, several hundred. But that means people play at different times of day when people join. So there will be a queuing system in place to allow people to wait in line to get into the servers, of course.
right. And you briefly just mentioned it, visiting. So you don't actually have to be on the same, or you don't have to start necessarily in the same server. There are some caveats to it, but let's talk a little bit more about that. How does visiting a friend on another server work?
Well, the first and most important step is to get a friend. This is often achieved by going to a cafe or a movie theater and just striking up a conversation with a random stranger. Then once you have a friend and they are also into Dune Awakening, which is also a big moment. Oh, my mic. Sorry. I have tech support here because my mic sucks. Was I talking too loudly? Or
And
I was just
also, it'd be
scratching.
good to have the visiting friends. We actually have a little.
So I'm actually today,
video
this
or an
afternoon,
asset that
when I
shows that
log
too,
into the
how you
game
can
at
actually
4
visit
o'clock,
a
I'm going to be
friend.
meeting up with
or
Babylonia,
how to
some
make
of you
friends,
know,
yes.
Sorry, well, we can talk about
from our
make friends.
community.
How do you?
He and I are going
make
to be
friends?
playing
He's
a
enabled sexy mode now,
multiplayer
so now
session this
First of all,
afternoon
how I make friends
to
is I talk to
showcase
voice.
some of
Now
how the
we have it there.
multiplayer
Okay, so once you've
PvE
made friends, and you can see
content
friends
works,
automatically
because we
they're
both
added
have
from your
a
Steam
section
list
of
as
the
well,
world
so
we're
if
going to
you
go
have them as a
explore.
friend on Steam,
It's a little
they will show up in your friends list in the game
Imperial
automatically.
Research Station, which
Then
is like
you
a
go
dungeon,
to the friends
and we're going
page,
to go in together.
You simply
and work
click
on some
them and
quest
say, I want to
content.
visit this friend. It
And
will
then we'll be-
teleport you
that'll
to the
be
nearest
part
trade
of the
post to
video
that
content
friend,
that I
because
release
obviously
at the end of the
teleporting
month.
directly to them would be exploitable in infinite amounts of ways.
But it's also an area that I
Once
can
you're
totally
there,
go solo if
you can
I
join
want.
up with your friend, do everything on that siege with them, except for one specific thing, and that is build. You can't claim land. You can build on their base. You can be given ownership of their base and be able to build all the parts of their base, but you don't own the specific land claim. And that's just for database reasons. We need to make sure that we control how many people build in different locations.
Yeah, it's very important.
And
You
then,
can
of
help
course, when
other
you wanna go
players
home,
build
you
their
just push
structures
escape and choose return
if they
to
give
home
you
dimension, and
permissions.
it'll take you back.
Right, and you can also
If you've
do
ever played
contracts
Grounded
and journey
or
steps, like with
multiplayer
your friends
crafting
that way
games,
as well. They will kind of carry
everybody
over
can
when you go
contribute
back
to
to your home
blueprints if
world.
they've been
all
given
of the
permission.
content in the game is
So once you
accessible
set up a
with this
blueprint,
visiting feature, so you can basically
it
do
sets up
everything.
like a holographic
Everything that you
image,
could do
and
in
then
a
you
group,
just
you can
contribute
do,
materials to
on
that
someone else's
holographic
world.
image to
You can do it
complete
in
it,
your
and
own world. So
anybody can
there is this
contribute to that
cross-play
holographic
feature for everyone.
image
You'll be able to
build the
work
structure.
together. So
But there
I
has to
think
be
people
one
are
person,
concerned about, like,
or
oh, I won't be able to meet my friends.
if
who
you've
starve,
given multiple
but
people
this shouldn't be a
permissions,
problem. You
anybody
should be
can
able to
start
play with
creating
people,
holographic
even if you're
structures.
not in the same exact siege when you
So
start
there's a
playing.
whole multiplayer. So
we have talked about playing with
Single
your
player and
friends.
multiplayer component
Obviously
to
you
the
can
building
play
as well.
solo, but then there's the usual things that you have in games, groups, guilds. Maybe Leo can talk a little bit about what kind of options are there to play with your friends besides visiting like their server?
Yeah, so let's start with groups. So we saw that a bit
I think
earlier
this is a
in the
guild
previous
house.
segments, right, with group combat. So groups are temporary social structures of up to 4 people. And they come with some benefits like seeing
4-player
your,
groups, by the way.
Group member status on the HUD. You see them as markers on the map.
Groups with benefits, huh?
Yeah.
Groups.
Exactly.
Love those. Love those.
The best
Convenient, right? So, and then you have standard features like chat connected to that as well. And yeah, makes it more convenient to game with your friends.
Wow, Leo, could you go deeper into chat?
Deeper into chat, yes. So this is a groundbreaking feature that we've developed, right? Never seen before in online games.
Joel's on fire
I
there,
think
man.
more importantly, a more important question, but thank you, Joel.
Sorry.
Like, how many people can be in a group?
Oh, 4.
Yes,
Yeah.
right. So the party
Including
leader
the
plus
leader.
3 additional ones, right?
Yeah,
yes. Compared to guilds.
So guilds are more of long-term social structures, right? So you can be up to 32 players in a guild, and They're structured with hierarchies where you have.
I'm very
one
glad that they're
leader,
limiting
any
guild
number of
size as well, so that we
officers
don't have these
manage
massive
the
1,000-person
guild, and,
guilds.
then a roster of members as well. And guilds, they of course also have this groundbreaking chat feature like that we have.
What?
Yeah.
What?
And yeah, and both parties or groups and the guilds, they are across the world, right? So if you meet some people in the deep desert and you want to game together, you can do that. It doesn't matter if you're on different servers, still works fine. And yeah, something else you can also do with
I think Final
guilds
Fantasy
is that
XIV
once
does a
you
similar
progress
server
through,
structure where they have like
individual,
regions and then
faction
servers are
alignment
within
far
the
enough,
regions.
You can
And
actually
as long
align
as
your
you're on a
character
server
to,
within a region, you can group with
a specific
anybody across the
faction,
servers of
and,
that region, but you can't
as a continuation
group
of
with
that,
people from
you can
another
pledge the allegiance of
region,
your
if that
guild
makes sense.
to
I'm
one of
pretty
the,
sure that's how that works here.
Major houses. So either
Because they
Now,
have it
Leo, you
worlds
like to be in
and then the
trades, but
server's
I like
called
to be a half-hearted.
sieges,
And if we're in
which is a
if we're in
lore
guild
term
together,
for people who don't
and
know.
you pledge allegiance to the Atreides Lord, what's going to happen to me?
You're going to get booted right out of it.
You can make a guild with me. I'm hardcore too, so
Nice,
it's fine.
nice.
Yeah.
Hardcore
Let's
hardcore. We have to shave our
let's go
heads, but we're
hardcore.
good.
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah.
Totally
Don't
fine.
allow mixed guilds.
Totally okay. No,
So
no mixed
faction
guilds.
is important.
No
They were
house
just
mixing
mentioning
in
that
this
you
game.
can't have cross-faction people in
Um,
your guilds.
We
Guilds
talked
are
about
tied
chat.
to
When
the
you talk about
houses.
chat, you mean actually text chat. However, we do actually have proximity chat as
We
well.
do have
Like, we
proximity
do have
voice chat as
proximity
well.
voice chat.
Thankfully, you
Common
can turn
feature of,
proximity chat
survival
off
games.
because that shit
Off
is
by
for the
default.
birds. I do
You
not
don't
use
have
that
to be
at all.
annoyed
That's
by
what
that person
Discord
when
is
you pass
for.
swearing.
I do
But what
not
is
want to
it?
hear other people.
Anyway,
You
I
can
think
turn
it's
it
fun.
on.
I think yeah.
Yeah,
I think
voice proximity is
chat
fun. You just,
It's
you know,
super fun.
we gotta protect the people's ears.
I know. No, I mean it's good that you can choose. Some
Yeah,
people
you
don't
can
like
choose.
it. Some
Yeah,
people
I keep
enjoy
it off.
So you can choose. But what we also see there is edit permission. So when we talk about guilds, we do actually have a whole permission system in the game for a whole lot of things, right? Like, tell us a little bit more about that, Leo.
Yeah, so survival games commonly have this type of bases, right, that you can build in the world. And
So he's
we have
giving
that as
permission to
well.
other players to his
And,
home base
we
right
have a
now so that they
longer-term
can do things
persistence
with his home base.
than most survival games. So we needed some robust way of sharing access to certain type of assets in the game, right? Like bases, but also vehicles. So here we also have this hierarchical type of system similar to what we have in guilds. So here you can see on screen now for vehicles, for example, where you can add.
Yes,
your
it's not just for
friends,
your structures, it's also
to,
for your vehicles. You
to a
can give your
list,
friends
which
access
gives
to your
them,
vehicles, to
some
use
type
them,
of
to
access
mod
depending
them,
on
to whatever.
what you want to promote them to. So they can be associates or they can be co-owners. It's the same system for bases and vehicles.
I don't know if any of
And,
you have played Enshrouded together or
the way
Conan
it's ranked,
Exiles, but you could do
works
similar
is
things
that
in
it
those
comes
crafting
with
survival
a
games where you can set up,
specific
you can build a
rights.
guild hall,
So, for
give different
example,
people permissions to access chests
for
and or
removing,
build on the
selfie
property.
console here that you see,
All
you
that stuff is here,
require
plus they have
owner-level
vehicles.
permission. So only the owner of the sub-thief can do that.
So make sure you
you
give.
don't want anyone else doing that.
No, you make sure you give the right permissions to
Yeah.
again the friends that you can actually trust.
Yeah, you want to be careful. And then we also have this additional level that you can control the specific access level required for each object in your base. So take a door, for example. If you want to set that to only be accessible by you as an owner, you can do that. If you want to set it to be accessible by co-owners or associates, you can do that. But then we also have 2 additional levels. So you can set a door or machine or anything like that to be accessible by any guild member or also by the public. If you want to be nice to the travelers or that are coming by, give them some shelter.
We actually have seen that in the beta. We have like several beta players who just build bases and then open it up to everyone, especially like at the beginning to new players. So they can come in, they can get some water, they can get some basic resources and just, you can do that. You can be a nice guy or a nice
Or you can
girl
trap
or a
them
nice
and
person.
kill them. That's also an
I mean, that's
alternative.
the other thing. Like, right,
Yeah.
yeah. Like,
How
depending on.
Could you walk us through how the permission system works for the erotic role-playing crowd?
For that,
Okay,
yeah, that's
so-
another stream, I think.
Okay, let's go.
come on,
Let's
we
get
know they're a huge
into
audience.
so when we go into all this level of control that you have over permissions, and
It's called
it can
Only
be a little
Sans.
bit like intimidating almost. If you go intimidating, you know what is it now?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's for fanatics of sand.
I'm intimidated.
Shoulders down.
So it can be a little bit intimidating because it feels like a lot of work, but there's actually a more streamlined option that you can do as well, and it makes it a bit more easier to set all these permissions.
Yeah, so we have a lot of assets tied to Joel's scenario here that he painted, and you want to give.
tied.
Yeah, exactly. So if you want to give access to a lot of bases and vehicles used for his scenario, then you can open the profile for a friend, for example, that you want to give access to a lot of assets. And it's a simple list where you can click, okay, I want to give this person access to that base, that base, that base, and these 3 vehicles, and it's done from a distance. So it's very convenient to set up.
Absolutely.
Also, a lot
I
of
think this is
management.
actually, oh no, we have actually
for
one last thing. We
the
have
person in charge.
a little overview visual that shows where in the world we have our
A
worlds.
server farm.
Yes.
Yes. All right.
There we go.
So, I mean, this is where we're going to have servers at launch across the world. So people can see. I mean, the one in Australia, it's actually kind of on the East Coast because it's closer to Sydney. And I see that the Australian name is in the wrong place, but that's okay. I don't
It's
expect,
fine. We're
I don't
only
expect
talking.
it.
We're
No one
only
no one
talking
in the
top
Northern
level.
Hemisphere gives a shit
It's
about
fine.
my country.
We're not
But
talking about the actual locations right now.
but
We're
we
just
will
talking
have
about high
we
level.
will have servers in all of these countries and locations, so people.
Is he from Australia?
People will
You
have the
can
best possible ping. I think the most
guess I never
screwed people
paid
are in
attention
South
to
Africa,
where Joel's from.
But we also believe that because they don't know where they parked their car because they're South African and they speak Afrikaans, they can connect quickly to South America. It's fine. It's fine. That's usually the best ping for them.
Perfect. Okay, but you'll see.
We'll probably be
have
doing
tons
Central
of options for you
US.
to choose from to make sure you have competitive ping at least. As
Ping
well
doesn't
as
matter unless you're doing
of
PvP.
course,
So
very important. Since we
I've
have
actually been playing
quite
on
a lot
the
of people interested
European
in PvP as well.
beta servers quite frequently.
But
I have a character on
I
the
think
European beta
that's it
servers and a
for the
character on
actual
the US beta
segments.
servers. The
Joel,
ping
thank you
is
so much for
like
your
30, 40
contribution to this
milliseconds
stream.
different,
We
and
always
it doesn't matter when you're
appreciate
playing
it.
PvE.
A pleasure to be here.
I'll be talking to HR tomorrow, but no, it's okay. It's all fine. Again, it's like my 10th complaint. No, also Leo, thank you so much
Thank
for
you,
your time
and,
as well.
thank
Actually,
you.
we will see you again shortly,
Yep.
because after a quick break, we actually go into our Q&A. Leo will be back. Joel will unfortunately not be here for the Q&A. We will have it on the stream again.
Yeah,
Don't
and
worry about it.
to the
Once he
audience,
calmed a little bit down from his caffeine overdose. I
They-
don't know.
they,
To the audience, I hope you enjoyed the dry humor. That's how we roll on Arrakis, you know.
The vibing, the dry
The
humor.
dry humor on
Super
Arrakis.
Arrakeen to do this live stream today.
Oh dear God. Okay, yeah, let's just go with the video. Beautiful Arrakis.
I've seen this video. I'm going to take this moment to duck out. I'll be right back. Kagha Rift is one of the coolest places in the game, especially when you get an ornithopter and you can do the verticality and you can go down into these caves and fly around and shit. It's pretty awesome. But getting an ornithopter it's a lot of work to get to vehicles, man. I mean, if you're gonna get into this game, you're gonna need to. It's a time commitment. Like, it's not, you know, storyline wise, you could probably expect, you know, 60 to 80 hours maybe. You know, it's hard to judge because it just depends on certain factors, like how much of an exploration are you going to do. But that's just like story stuff, because if you're going to get into like the building and blueprints and crafting all the different vehicles, and it's a hundreds of hours game. Plus it's got the online component. So if you're going to get into the social side, and they still haven't announced the
we are still preparing a few things behind the scenes
and crossplay for all the servers.
But I have now Viljar and Leo back to answer your questions. Before we do that, again, for those of you who have joined us
as soon as
later,
this is over, we're getting back to Baldur's Gate 3, so
the
hopefully you're
fact
sticking
that we have
around,
been
folks.
Moving the release date of Toon Awakening 3 weeks back to the 10th of June with a head start starting on the 5th of June, which is not cause for any concern. It's really just because we want to add some more polish to some of the things in the game, and it gives that opportunity. Additionally, we also will have the opportunity to do a large-scale beta. So many of you will have
that's
the chance to actually
that's cool. They're going to do an open beta.
That won't be under an NDA, so we will be able to show, you'll be able to stream, you'll be able to do videos and all that good stuff.
I'll definitely stream the open beta.
Actually, I have a question for you too. Like, what is your favorite thing in the game to do when you actually
I don't
play?
know that
When you
they've
look at
announced
it
a date
as a
for
player,
that, or maybe they
like,
do during this video.
Like, turn off your developer brain. Is that working? Does that actually work? Can you do that and play the game? And if you do that, what is your favorite thing to do?
So for me, I love the fact that the game is so much more than one thing. It's not just a game about combat. It's like we have all these different elements.
But it has been announced that it is coming to the PS5 and the Xbox Series X later this year.
And resources, things like that. Then you can
it's PC only at start.
An Ecolab like we just saw. And then I really like how things come together. You might be driving away from a sandworm, and then suddenly there's a sandstorm on the way. You drive past an enemy camp and they start shooting
Sandstorms
at you.
are intense, by the way. That's a cool feature that they haven't really touched on in this video.
You get hit by heat stroke, and then it's like, okay, the sandstorm wants upon me. I have to find shelter, but I also have to take out these enemies. Like, I like
sandstorms,
games where you have a lot of second-to-second decisions to make.
I can't wait for the embargo to drop so that I can start publishing all these videos I've been recording, because there's some really cool stuff.
I actually started a new playthrough last week, playing quite a bit, and now what I'm really enjoying now is setting up my base production facilities and the related mining activities that come from that. So especially the vehicle mining, I'm having a good time with that, going around in my buggy, going up in the turret, finding mining nodes to get my resources from. And
it can be very relaxing too. Like that's one of the things that you mentioned that to me earlier, actually, when we talked a little bit as well, and I totally agree with that. We have both the combat aspect that is very, like, nerve-wracking, can be like get your pulse up, and then we have the mining who can be actually very zen with like following those lines and things, and I really like that.
And then there's the whole crafting element. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Conan Exiles, but you should go to the Conan Exiles social media pages. Like on Facebook in particular, I know they have huge folders set up for the community builds that people have gone into, because that game's been out for quite a while now, and all of the various structures that people can build.
Because the thing is, hopefully you'll be playing this game for thousands of hours, and having something that is that intense.
People get pretty creative with the build structure.
I just didn't think that would be
they've got a benchmark thing already up on their Steam page, JK, so if you're wondering how your computer will handle it, you can go to the Steam page for Toon Awakening and download the benchmark tool, and it'll show you how well your PC will handle it at launch.
Okay, what's the next tech that I want to get to, right? Okay, what do I need for that? I need this thing, this thing, this thing. I have these already, right? I went out to some expeditions earlier, but these two things are new. I wonder where I'm going to get those. Okay, so I hop in my buggy and I drive out and I hunt for resources.
Yeah.
And it turns into an adventure.
Yeah.
Sometimes a bit too adventurous. I lost my bike yesterday, but
Oh yeah, I know
to
that
it.
feeling. I think everyone goes through that at least once. So
Yeah.
like it's just kind of part of the experience, the Dune Awakening experience.
I got my lesson.
But I think we're actually ready
don't
for the
ride your
questions.
bikes near
Another
worms.
thing I just wanted to mention before we go into questions is like what I really love is the weird things that can happen. Like we saw that, like actually you posted that, I think, where you were driving through the desert. You were looking for the worm, and there was like a crash, like one of the dynamic ships that can crash and like crash down onto the surface, crashed like literally like 2 meters next to you, and you had no idea that was coming down. That was just like it's moments like this that I find incredibly engaging and fun, like these type of things that can happen. Anyway, so we are ready for some questions. We have the first question from Orangeshire. Can the player select which siege they got to connect to as their home dimension, or it's randomly assigned?
No, it's
so you get to choose your worlds, and in that world there are many servers which are the sieges, and you can pick the siege that you actually want to connect to. So you don't have to do it in any order, and you don't, and it's not randomly assigned.
Right, and you can talk to your friends again, like to make sure they're on the same siege for that,
Yeah,
or
it's a good
at least
idea.
in the same world as well, because then
Yeah.
you can still visit and all that.
Yeah, you want to align on that before you start, so you pick the
For
right
sure.
one.
Yes, for sure, absolutely. I'm gonna butcher these usernames again. I apologize beforehand if I do. CF Olsen. If you already align to one house, can you later change it to align with the same house as the guild is? So basically, if you can change, right? If your guild is another alignment.
Yeah, you can. You can betray your house,
but only once.
Once. They won't take that lightly, so you better think about this really carefully. Like, before aligning first. And
Yeah, it's frowned upon.
Yep. They don't.
I am House
like
Atreides
that very
all
much.
the way.
P-Dragon
Harkonnens.
76 asks, can you progress far without PvP, or is
Yes.
this game mainly going to be around PvP?
Nope.
So you can play in the survival area, the survival game map that we have, which is 8 by 8 kilometers, and you don't have to PvP at all in that. Now going to the deep desert, you don't have to PvP. It's just that you run the risk of PvP. And as what I talked about earlier is that we have all these tools where you can quickly get away. So the goal was that people who don't want to PvP may still go there for the loot, but be on the lookout for enemies coming, and then just drive away really fast, or you using your ornithopter as you would to get away, or if you get jumped, use your abilities to get away. So we didn't want to have people be ganked very early on, and we thought that, well, at this point you played the game for 100 hours, so you probably know your way around the disruptor, right? So when you get there, people who will PvP you, but they will actually meet people who know how to play the game. So that's
why
the
the
goal. Now, not
PvP
everyone
is
going
pretty much
to love
only
that,
related
but-
to the
but,
in-game,
like
late game,
PvP, but
and it's
you
100%
can then
optional.
Run away, as I said, you don't have to engage with them to get the things.
It's almost as if you
And they've answered this before. You
decide
can
to opt into
complete
PvP, you actually
100%
put
of the
yourself at a
story of
higher
the game
risk than someone that says, I'm
by
only gonna
yourself
play PvE in
the PvE
game.
area,
and also,
in the
we haven't actually talked about
well, he talked about the
end
PvE
game
area
and the
that's 8
launch route
kilometers by 8
system,
kilometers.
which does have PvP, but you can actually also
There
influence
are
that
dungeons that
with
you can go into
PvE as
within that
well.
area
So it's
that are
not
PvP
all
dungeons.
PvP at all. So there's a lot of
But
options
they're
for PvP
clearly
players as
marked,
well.
and you know when you're
you
going
can play the
in
game
here.
for hundreds, thousands of hours without engaging in PvP.
You can play hundreds and thousands of hours without ever doing PvP. That's very important.
Oh my god, now I'm outing myself as an old woman. Unpaid Taxi, is that the name? That is the name, that's fantastic, love it. Unpaid Taxi asks, is the slow blade automatic?
Nope.
So we have two main attacks for the blade, like the basic ones, if you don't have any skills.
So
or
like what I'm
abilities
going to be doing this
associated with it.
afternoon
So
when I go
we have
record
the
the
quick
session,
attack,
we're doing.
and then we call
It's
it
a
the stab, even
solo.
though it's
It's a story dungeon.
Everything you can do the slow blade there. So you can do the quick attack, which
anybody
is
can
effective
go
to
into it.
stagger
Other players
enemies,
can go
so
into
you
it.
get time to
But they
actually
can't
deliver
interact. They
the
can't
slow blade.
impact your
Now,
gameplay
if
because we're in the
you
solo environment.
use the
So
slow
other
blade
players
on
can
an
come in.
unshielded enemy,
They can also be
you will
killing the
have
mobs at the same time as
a
me.
quick
But they
and
can't
then-
impact
no.
me or touch me.
I'm gonna lose
It's just
the
an
thread
area.
here.
But I'm
it
going to be
works
going in
differently.
with
So
a friend
basically you will-
and doing
you-
a
yeah.
duo experience this afternoon.
The slow blade is automatic in the sense that it will trigger if you do a stab, so to speak. I guess
basically it's a special. You do it as a special attack, so it's a special like you hold your mouse button.
Yes,
basically
you just hold the
longer, you
attack.
just
It's like a
click it, so
strong
it's
attack.
a special trigger.
That's
and
what
then
is the slow
animation
attack.
will, play itself out, but it
pull the
doesn't
button
automatically
on the
happen. You
controller.
have
It's
to trigger
literally
it,
stab, stab, stab,
Okay,
stab,
look for
stab,
opportunity,
hold
right, and
to do the slow
there,
attack.
I can get
It's that
the
simple.
timing in right. Okay, now I hold and now I get the slow blade.
Yeah, and also it takes quite a long time to actually execute a slow blade because it's called slow blade. So you have to make sure your enemies either staggered or they do something that they don't immediately can retaliate, right? So I think
because it's a.
I think I can explain what I tried to say earlier.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you go against an unshielded enemy, you will hold for a bit, so it will be akin to a heavy attack, and then you'll do it fast. Whereas with the slow blade, you go fast in, and then the slow is on when you actually connect through the shield.
So yes, actually that's correct because you have the heavy attack plus the slow blade, and those happen differently, like if you're up against a shielded enemy or not a shielded enemy. That's kind of what you meant.
The procedure to trigger it is the same. It's just that it's contextual whether someone has a shield or not.
Yeah.
I've been playing a lot of Dune Awakening the past week.
Sorvina Savage.
When they finally gave us permission to record our own
Savage.
footage, I was like, okay, I'm finally ready to start sinking man hours in because I've been, I've been dabbling.
Leo, for example,
I couldn't record all my own footage, and I've been very open about this with everybody for years. Like, I don't play offline stuff because I make money by being live. But if I'm able to record the footage, then I'm totally happy to invest the time up front because I get to air it later on.
That's extremely detailed. I don't have the answer for that. And as we balance things, that might go up and down. I don't have the exact numbers.
The numbers.
I don't think it's a major concern, at least the difference, right?
No. I'm always fairly cheap, so you will loot some of it, and the rest you will just pull out your cut array, harvest a couple of scrap metal piles, and then you have plenty so that you can quickly craft them on your person. So it's pretty trivial.
It's not actually a resource that's very important compared to like stamina, ability cooldowns, and other things, right?
Yeah.
In the context of things.
I do miss being on stage
Black
occasionally.
Lion Apps is awesome. Can I swap active skills during combat?
So you can swap your skills. However, if they're on a cooldown, you'll not be allowed to swap them.
Okay. Tyler, that's easy for once. Tyler's asking, can you learn all skills available in the game? Sormasa Trooper, so on.
You cannot actually. You can go pretty far down in several of them, or you can go to the end of a few of them, but you won't be able to get all the skills from all the trees.
Yeah, we actually had that at one point that we were able to get everything, but then we made it much more interesting also with the I call them cornerstones, but the capstones, capstone skills, So you actually will have to make decisions in terms of where do you spend your points. I personally really like that. I think it's more interesting as well. That's Serena Savage again. Will NPCs pick targets based on threats, closest player, or use tactics?
They definitely use tactics.
Again, that's also quite specific. I wish Alex was here. So they're like with these things. There's always a combination, and you weight things.
They've got
so
some pretty
like,
cool AI.
Someone might have a higher threat at a longer distance. Who do you deal with? So we have weighted this, so it's like it should feel natural. The way that it works, but again, I don't have the exact numbers for how that's balanced.
The thing is, I actually asked Alex that question, I think yesterday during one of our chats as well, and he said what you just said too, though. Like, the NPCs are actually taking several aspects into consideration. How far is that player away? How much damage? How big of a threat is that character? Like, what kind of abilities did they use previously and all that? So there's quite of a complex mechanic behind how NPCs will react to you.
They do have tactics, so they change how they play.
We actually saw that during today's
if there's more
stream that they showed off. Like the solo dungeon, the enemy NPCs were very dumb.
NPC might not be as aggressive in the early
and then the
game
group-based dungeon that they went and did, the NPCs were much smarter, much more aggressive. They were using more abilities. They were flanking more often. They were doing lots more.
Asking, will Sodakars be killable, or are they meant to be the ultimate enemy?
No, they're killable.
So we have the Sardaukar dropships, but Chom mercenaries drop from them. So you will kill them, but they are not proper Sardaukar.
You're just not important enough early on, specifically,
exactly.
that they would deal with you.
Yeah.
They just sent there.
If you kill Sardaukar, that would be part of. It's not the normal approach.
Don't spoil anything.
Yeah, exactly. You won't.
Maybe you'll have to find out.
They're not part of the normal NPC roster, so to speak.
They actually showed this
Mac
off
Wolverson
earlier.
asks, are there any hunter seekers in the game to use?
Indeed, they are the last ability in one of the trees.
Yes,
I can
we
tell
actually.
you which tree, but I'm not going to.
No, we don't do that. But we've actually shown the Hunter Seeker in a few gameplay or in like early videos.
Yeah.
We haven't shown the Hunter Seeker today in the combat sections. Actually, we used
Oh, I
other
thought they did.
abilities, but it's absolutely.
We used its sibling, the Assault Seeker.
Yes.
Oh,
exactly.
that's
the one
why.
We saw the
Okay.
ability that Alex in his solo gameplay was like throwing.
But yes, we do have the Hunter Seeker.
Wonder Drakias is asking, can you extract blood from enemies like you do in the movies?
They just didn't show it
yes,
today.
you can indeed. It's.
They
you
just
will
show
be
the
doing that
icon.
a lot as you build your base, and you refine blood to actually use as water for things that you craft and also for hydration.
You kind of start with a rusty needle and the bag at the beginning, and then you kind of.
Yeah, all the way.
As you learn more secrets to the desert, you might
exactly.
The
also
quality
learn
of life
a few
progression
more.
is very.
You can
It feels
even
very
build
good,
blood.
even in the beta
Yes.
right now.
It will
they definitely
hydrate
make you work for
but
it.
there are some
but-
side effects.
Yeah, it's not super advised, but you can go. You
Like
can
when you
also-
first get when you get your
what I
first still
personally hate,
suit,
you can also use mud
and you
dips
no
and
longer
drink
now
it.
suddenly
This is
you're
true.
able to
You
like
can,
have a catch pack
you can harvest the
for
mud dips.
water.
Hey,
You do what
not
you have to
okay.
And
Not okay with that.
You
I'm
can
not
actually
okay with that.
it's a
Putting it
huge
out there
game
right now.
changer for the survival element.
Slucker, can you attack players of your same faction?
Yes, you can. So what I think I mentioned earlier is that in a group you won't do damage much to your friends in your group, but the people in your guild who may be attached to a faction, you can damage them when you're in the PvP area.
All right, that was it for today. Viljar, Leo, again,
Cool.
thank you so much for your time.
Well, we're about
and
to go
for
back
sitting
and play
down
some
with
more
us
Baldur's
to
Gate
chat
3,
about
everybody.
Dune Awakening. Super exciting. Thanks for answering questions.
I may
Thanks
go
for
ask Chris
talking
to make
about,
some more coffee.
your
We got a
segments
marathon
as
stream
well.
today.
And,
My leg's not feeling
thank you
too bad right
everyone
now, so
for
we're only 4
watching.
hours in.
Thank you for putting up
We're
with
gonna
our
celebrate our
hiccups here and
50,000
there.
subs,
We'll
so
improve over time. Those
do
are
a
our
longer
second
stream
stream.
today,
We'll
see how far we
have
can
more
go.
coming up. Also, of course, more opportunities for you to ask questions. You can still pre-order the game. You can wishlist the game on Steam. Follow us on our social channels, Dune Awakening, for all of them. And as always, stay hydrated. And I hope you have a fantastic rest of your
Don't
day.
get eaten by the worm.
Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Bye.
Cool. Well, for those of you who want to know more information about Dune Awakening, as stated, check out all their information, check out their websites. If you're watching this on YouTube after this video gets cut out from the stream, there will be links down below, including the links to my Dune Awakening playlist, which has everything that I've covered up to date around the game, including videos from closed alpha. Now, I'm currently being allowed to mention that I am in a limited preview beta event where I am recording my own footage for the very first time, and that footage will be airing at the end of the month when the embargo goes down for those of us who are part of that special 2-week preview event. I've got a ton of videos already uploaded. I've already got like 12 videos uploaded. I'm doing episodes 13 and 14 today, and I do plan on having at least 30, if not 40 videos ready to go by the end of the month to come out. So just make sure you stay tuned here because I'll have tons more Dune Awakening guides, overviews, discussion videos, let's play sessions, first impressions, early thoughts, and more around this game. And yes, I will be playing this. Will I be forming a guild? I've been asked that. The short answer is that I have zero desire to be in charge of any sort of people management, but I may be forming a loose structure for people who want to just play together and have fun without there being any management to it at all. But I'm very protective of my personal space because of trolls and people who have tried to disrupt my streams with foul language and racism and things of that nature by trying to sneak things into chat and guild chat and all that other stuff. So I'm not sure how we're going to be doing that, but we will be doing something for people who want to be, grouping up and having fun together. So stay tuned for all that stuff as we get closer to the announcement of the launch date, which I think is not the announcement of, but the actual launch date, which is June 10th right now. And then I'll have Head Start access, so I'll be starting on the 5th of June. But we got a lot of other content to get to before we get to that point, so just stay tuned. And follow along. Daily streams at 5 a.m. Central on YouTube and Twitch. And then we do about 5-6 hours in the morning and come back and do a couple hours in the afternoon. Although today we're just going to be going straight through because it is a special day since we're celebrating 50,000 subs on YouTube. We're getting close to 3K on Twitch, so make sure you follow along there as well. And if you're watching on Twitch right now, don't forget that everything in between the streams happens over on YouTube, including all the game guides, discussion videos, and beyond. And that is the end of the Dune Awakening part. Let me get the Xbox spun up again. Dun, 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 dun. Sounded like an Xbox to me. Let me get that closed down. Tis. All right. Before we actually get going, let me take a quick breather. I need to step out and see if there's any coffee left. If there is not any coffee left, I'm going to get some more coffee made, or at least the kettle going, so that we can keep ourselves caffeinated. Alright. We have now wrapped up the Dune Awakening mod. And we're going to get back to actual Baldur's Gate 3. Alright, I have coffee. I have half a cup of coffee. And then I got the kettle going for more. And I brought Blanca in here, and she just tried to bite me. She's being a little monster, so... time to get back to Baldur's Gate 3. We had come out of the ruins. I don't know what actual quests we have right now. I'm not high enough level. I'm only level 3. I don't think we're high enough level to take on those paladins yet. I mean, we could try it, but I'm pretty sure we'll get my ass kicked. What infernal iron is over there? It's right across the road? Yeah, they are level 5, correct. That's why I say I always wait till level 5 to go back, because I think that's when we get our first double attack. There was a free shovel there? Never knew about that. Nope. Did not get the first. Did not get the sword. I did not have command memorized. Yep. Something wonky with patch 8. Oh.
My,
all right.
my, what manner of
I
place
forgot
is
about
this?
Raphael.
A
I
path
forgot.
to redemption? Or a road to damnation? Hard to say, for your journey is just beginning. What would suit the occasion? The words to a lullaby, perhaps. The mouse smiled brightly.
What graphics card am I using? Whichever one's inside of the Xbox
Then
Series
down
X.
came the claw. And that, love, was that. They do know how to write them in Cormier, don't they? Well met, I am Raphael. Very much at your service. It's not every day one meets such a cavalier sinner as yourself. A true, bloody pleasure.
Oh, this is new because of my Dark Urge background. Ew.
I'm rather the admirer of the sanguine arts, even if I wasn't quite born under a killing moon myself. Shall we withdraw? We have much to
Oh,
discuss.
Vicor.
To our
Poor little
mutual
delusional Vicor.
This
You're on
quaint
console?
little
Why not
scene
PC?
is
PC gaming
decidedly
is far
too
superior
little
because I have a
nowhere
tiny little
for my
PP and I think that
tastes.
PC gaming is better than console gaming. Oh! Fuck off. We don't play that game here. We play games on all systems. I have a gaming PC with a 4080 in it. I've got an Xbox Series X. I got a PS5, and I play games on all the platforms. Matter of fact, my first playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 was played on the PC, and then I bought a second copy for the Xbox Series X because I wanted to. So you can take that PC superiority bullshit and shove it up your ass, because we don't accept that shit here. Middle of somewhere. Can you be more specific about the somewhere?
The house.
Oh, no, he's it's
where
a
the
troll.
tired
That's a
come to
grifter bot
rest,
troll.
And the
Stuck in their
famished come
mom's
to
basement.
feed lavishly. Go on.
My PC is superior to the
Enjoy
console.
your supper. After all, it might just
Oh,
be your
5090, 5090. Oh! Are these theatrics leading somewhere, Raphael?
Are you not entertained? Well, far be it from me to disappoint.
Well, you know what we do with trolls, kids?
Strong hand, fist of iron, judgment falls. Hearts are dying, bad hammer strikes. Tears like rain, justice served. Feel their pain.
Did you guys see his last comment before he got banned? He's playing the game on easy mode! No, I'm not actually playing on easy mode, but that was his last comment before he got banned. We sent him straight to Avernus. Tears like rain. Fuck off, Vacor. Didn't want you here in the first place. But no, I'm not playing on easy mode. We're playing on normal mode with dice rolls turned off. That was our favorite troll, by the way, guys. We hadn't seen him in a while. Notice he had the lead up. He had the lead up to the Renfail plays games on easy mode. Like he had to lead up to that. That was his final right before he got the boot from right before he got banned. So that's one of our long-term trolls. I have a handful of them. One guy complains about me scum saving. Another guy complains about me playing gums on easy mode and claims that I'm insulting gamers. That's somebody who has a raging hard-on for me and has been stalking me for like 6 months. It's quite funny, but also creepy because I'm living rent-free in their heads. Like, we had the rent-free song a few months ago about that person. Well, about those people, I should say. Unless they're all the same one. We hadn't seen the easy mode guy in a few weeks, though, so that's funny to see him coming back out of the woodwork. It's just people who've got raging hard-ons for me. They can't get me out of their thoughts. They dream about me. Wet dreams and all. It's kind of creepy, but also, hey, you know, they help pay the bills, so. I don't care who you are. I care what you want.
Oh, a mere trifle. How dear is one's soul, really?
By the way,
A
you're what's up?
rhetorical question, of course, but let me venture an answer. It's worth very little with a tadpole in your head. One skull, 2 tenants, and no solution in sight. I could fix it all like that.
You're mad if you think I'll make a deal with the devil.
And what is madness but a denial of reality? Still, I've a feeling you'll change your mind before it's changed for you. Try to cure yourself, shop around, beg, borrow, and steal. Exhaust every possibility until none are left. And when hope has has been whittled down to the very marrow of despair, that's when you'll come knocking on my door. Hope. Such a tease.
Take me back. After that, I never want to see you again.
By all means, bite the hand that feeds you, while you still have teeth. All those
Right,
pretty little
options
symptoms,
are a good thing.
sundering
Allowing more
skin,
players to play your
dissolving
games is a
guts,
good
they
thing.
haven't manifested yet, have they? One might say you're a paragon of luck. I'll be there.
It's like the people who get
when
butthurt
it
that
runs
certain
out.
games allow you to have a god mode. And that's for people with legitimate like disabilities and handicaps who can't push buttons and who have to play with their mouths or their feet or whatever. And you know, not everybody wants to have to go through and do complex combat encounters, and it's great that game developers provide accessibility options for lots of different people. That's a win for the gaming community. It's not something that should be mocked or down. Did somebody, hang on, somebody said he created a second account? What's the second account? Hang on, do I need to scroll up through YouTube chat? I'm not seeing anything with Streamlabs.
That's curious.
I don't know what that person was talking about either, if it's the same person, but Baldur's Gate 3 has mod support everywhere. Like, yeah, single player games do whatever you want.
At the back of the crevice lies a bag enfolded in the chitinous squabbling of
Games with mod support having more mods for PC does not make PC gaming superior. That argument also doesn't hold. It's just certain developers, if you don't know anything about the modding scene, it's easier to mod things on the PC than it is to mod them on console. This has to deal with the modding of game engines and how that works. Does not make the PC superior. It just means it's more accessible for the modding community. That does not make something superior. More accessible for the modding community. Modding community is not represent the majority of gamers. The modding community for any given game is a tiny little single percentile of people who play the games. That's how big the market is for people who play with mods and who mod their gameplay. It's a single percentile digit of the people who play games. 90+% of people who play games never mod their games. They couldn't be bothered to mod their games. They're people like my brother and my sister-in-law who own consoles and PCs, and they play the games as they are developed. They play them at a very casual pace. Takes them 6 months to beat a game, and then they go play something else. And they do not care about mods ever. So yeah, whoever, if that's the same person and they continue to spout bullshit, we will take care of them. But that comment was also ignorant. Survey the spiders. Oh, I'm gonna use an inspiration. At 20.
The creatures
Hashtag worth it.
possessively. You have no doubt.
Oh, I need to
spider
check
egg
on
is
the
nestled
coffee.
within.
Hang on. She already got it covered. She's making some tea too. What are you doing? You jumping back up into my chair? I thought you were asleep on the bed. Come here. No, let's put you back in the bed, monster. You go lay over here. You don't need to steal my chair. Yes, you crazy. Crazy cat. Alright, I don't really have any of this yet. Never even heard of it, Double. Showcaser asks, when are you allowed to upload videos? Later this month. I have a video out talking about my schedule for the next few weeks. You should go check that video out. More details there. Alright, let's try animal handling here. Oh yeah, we got this. Yeah, that's the beauty, hemp mind, of single player games. Take your time.
One by one.
By the way, we published our schedule for the Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough last night. We're going to be playing this, I have until June 5th. So there are a couple of games that are going to interrupt the Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough, but I'm going to be doing a full clear of this game throughout the month of May. So make sure you stay tuned. There's a link to a playlist somewhere, probably, I think.
Among the coins. Several spiders rest in the rear of the crevice.
Alright. Should be a bridge somewhere. We gotta go up for the bridge. That's right, I crawled up here. I forgot about that.
Leaves, grass. Can't beat it.
I was raised in the city. I'm more used to feeling cobblestones underfoot than grass and fallen leaves.
Before I went to Avernus, I'd have agreed with you. Nothing quite like Baldur's Gate, is there?
Nothing in my recollection, anyway.
Oh, there's a bunch of bodies up ahead. Oh, they are still there. Sweet. Okay, let's do a quick save. So the adventurers, they haven't perished yet. That's a good thing. Alright. What's in the sack, man? What's in the sack?
Thought you was busy with the foul bloods in Halsin's Grove.
Knock it off with the foul blood shit.
Hey, whatever you say, don't matter anymore. Tieflings, goblins. Gods, this contract was.
Yeah,
cursed from
I
the
did a full
first.
clear when it came out, and then a partial second that I never finished. Plus, I did 3 years of early access, so I'm quite intimately familiar with Act 1. I've done 2 clears of Act 2, but only 1 clear of Act 3. I don't even know if I finished Act 2 in my second playthrough. What was the contract?
The kind that leaves half your crew dead. There's a wizard in Baldur's Gate that'll pay gobloads for a relic, supposedly buried round these parts. But gold ain't any use if you're too cold to spend it.
You're giving up. I might take a shot at it myself.
Have at it. If you think you can do better.
Yeah, this guy is a
It's
racist
called the
piece of
Night
shit.
Song. Supposed to be hidden under the temple where the goblins jumped us. I'd give you a map of the temple and wish you a happy funeral. But my mate Brian kept hold of it like his own sodger. Goblins made short of the fat old chunk. All I've got's the contract. Can show you where we turn back, if you feel like dying.
I hear the Druid's leader went with you?
As soon as he heard we had a contract to find that Night Song relic, he was more eager than a hound in heat. When the goblins jumped us, most of my crew scarpered, just like I taught them to. The old codger didn't.
And you just left him to die?
Yeah, and I'd do the same again. He weren't my responsibility. If you want to play the hero, go ask the goblins nicely, and maybe they'll give you whatever's left of him. Come on. We're wasting time.
Oh, getting some spells. Alright. Straight ahead of us is some infernal iron.
Wanna dance?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a... Let's make a radial for her. Slot customization. Did everybody fail whatever roll that was? I'm guessing so.
Well, boys. Looks like we got ourselves a trespasser. Don't bother running. My archer's got decent aim and plenty of arrows.
A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh, and something within you stirs in response.
Berserker Intimidation? Roar! Fuck yeah! I got advantage too!
Hold up, lads. This one might be more than we bargained for.
Damn straight.
Go on then. Just keep your nose clean.
Woo! Hell yeah! That was a cool outcome. I was not ready for that.
I have a lot on my mind.
Very
The
cool.
whole village is falling to pieces. These goblins aren't exactly house-proud as occupiers go.
Wouldn't blame the gods. Place looks like it's been abandoned a good while. But hey, maybe we can scare up a few dusty bottles of wine somewheres.
I like your way of thinking. Split any takings we find?
Sister, you've got a deal.
Oh, that key was not for that. Oh. Are any of these chests I can break in? Yeah, but I don't know if they've got anything that I want. Oh, yeah, definitely worth searching, because those things are worth their weight in gold. I'm encumbered. No, I didn't mean to pick up the crate. Ha ha ha! We need to like shuffle this shit off somewhere. So let's give. I can't remember how to multi-select here. Aha. Definitely give those. I mean, that's fine for now. Okay. I don't know what that key was for, to be honest with you. Faded blueprints. Can't use right now. The page contains 4 meticulous drawings of different weapons, but Weather and Age has blotted the ink and made the writing ineligible. Okay. I can't remember if we can actually just take him out since he's drunk.
Need to act fast.
I'm ready.
Okay, good. Camp supplies, yes please. There's another old key. Where's it at? Oh, it's on top of the box.
Traps. How considerate.
Okay.
Keep your distance, darling.
Oh, blueprints. Precise arcs and neatly drawn lines from blueprints of 3 weapons, a great sword, a sickle, and a dagger.
Weapon blueprints. They call for Susa bark. If only I knew where to find some.
Oh, can I give that? Because he didn't pass the intelligence check.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
No. But I know where to find it in the game world. But interestingly enough, he didn't pass the check.
Oh, for a skeleton key.
Time for another toolkit.
How many die today? How many die tomorrow?
Infernal metal! This can help damn and patch up my engine.
Awesome. What was that? Drawing. Okay.
What now?
Can he use the short sword? Oh, does he have does he have dual wield turned off? He does. I want to switch those around, actually. There we go. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit better. Okay.
Can't give up now.
Oh, I didn't need to pick up the rotten tomato. My bad. I think it's all going to be rotten fruit. I'll take that. Why not? I think we're good. Yes, take all that stuff. I'm going to have to go make a cell run soon. Plus, I'm getting plenty of thieves' tools and stuff. That leads out. remember.
Attention.
Yeah, I think I have to use bludgeoning weapons.
What am I to do?
Or a force spell to break this down. I don't want to waste a spell. One more. I probably could have used a grenade or something too, but I'm not willing to waste grenades at the moment.
Don't want to touch the webs. I'd hate to disturb the locals.
Yeah, we're not going in here yet. But at least we have a different way down than the well. Alright, let me go unlock the waypoint in town. And then we need to go back and sell. There it is. I was thinking more about the spider, Mistra. That's just... There's a whole bunch of stuff I ain't ready for yet. I think we will probably meander... Well, I'll just wait and see. Definitely do the windmill next. And then... We might be able to do the... spider. If I could ding level 4, I would feel comfortable doing the spider. If not, we would probably head to the Goblin Encampment.
Need anything else?
Indeed.
Of course.
So.
But please, remember.
Oh,
you're
I
not
need to
the
go get
only
the rest
one
of my
in
coffee
need.
too. Oh.
Sylvanus be with you.
Before I do that.
Need anything else? Of course. But please, remember. You're not the only one in need.
But I'm the only important one with needs, buddy. I don't remember if I need all the pages and stuff later on. Probably at the point where I can stop being loot ninja. Slave mind, I don't need anything. Well, there's like certain crafting things that I can't remember how the crafting works, to be honest with you. Okay, I don't think I need anything from him.
Sylvanus be with you.
Okay, now we can get back to the Blighted Village, and I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. Alright. Back at it. Got fresh coffee. Chris is firing up the grill. She's gonna make a big old pot of beans today. Key, that's right.
How delicious. Simple.
dull moment.
Haste helm? Do tell me more. Hell yeah. Turn that off. I do not want to visibly see that, please. I forget how to turn off the helm visibility. Alright, windmill time.
What have we got here? Oh, stop this thing!
The goblin seems unsure whether to bow to you or attack.
What do you want? What do you need?
An explanation. What are you doing with that deep gnome?
You are blessed, ain't ya? A true soul?
As the symbol grows, power courses through you. Authority.
I don't answer to the likes of you.
Pardon, sir. Didn't mean to doubt you. I know my place.
That's right.
Well, that's that. We'll be on our way. Do as you like with the pipsqueak.
The goblins slink backwards, afraid to take their eyes off you.
All right, come on, you lot. Hop it before he changes his mind. Nothing to eat.
All right, then.
JK says, at the very least, I can play the Dune beta test on low settings. There you go. And then save up till you get the new machine.
Cut me loose!
Bagger Cabara. Those pustulant thugs. Well, get on with it.
Get on with what?
I'm a deep gnome, you're a drow. You helped me, now you plan to enslave me.
You've only met Lothstrows.
What then?
I'd rather know how you got caught.
My own fault, really. I should have dropped my pack and outrun those bastards. Alas. Take my pack.
His story arc is one of the coolest in the game because it goes all the way through to arc 3, assuming you rescue him in the beginning. You're a little far from home for a deep gnome.
Ignorance is alive and well, it seems. Deep gnomes aren't restricted to the Underdark, you know. I've lived in Baldur's Gate for years. I'm in search of a friend. I fear he's in trouble. See this? I gave it to him years ago before I left home. I found it around the neck of a thug in the lower city. It was speckled with blood. My friend, nowhere to be found.
But I still have hope. I have reason to believe he's in the Underdark. Hopefully, I'll pick up his trail from there. I always help my friends.
You got a good scream out of him, Nigel.
I bid thee farewell.
Yeet!
If we should meet again, well, we will have met again.
All right, he said something about a pack. Dude, he had a baguette in there. Oh, got some booties. I think those are camp clothing. What were the boots I just got? Or gloves? Speedy light feet. While the wearer dashes or takes similar action or combat, they gain 3 lightning charges. Oh, that's right. There's a lightning set of gears scattered throughout this first zone. I remember when I was doing this partial playthrough last year. I ended up getting Karlach the full set. I'm going to give that to her for sure.
Come on, let's go.
Keep it together.
Yeah, exactly. Pull the lever, Croc. Wrong lever. Whee! And that was the end of the little deep dwarf.
Shadowheart's attention is fixed on a damaged old statue.
We should keep moving.
Uh-huh. What just happened?
Nothing. The trick of the light.
You sure? Looked like magic to me.
Well, looks can be deceiving. Let's just move along. Time's a rare currency for both of us.
Not gonna give me a clue, are you? I honestly need to check my quest journal because I think we could go to I think we can go out of here and just head west. We could probably do the ogres right now. Let me quick save. Because they do have a circlet I would love for my intelligence character.
Tastes like chicken. No chicken. Tastes like fish. Gentlemen, contain yourselves. This quarrel sours our feast. Besides, tastes like pork. And surprise is this? Brothers, look here. I have eyed yet another prize. Fortune favors our bellies. Stranger, be you friend or food, the mark is her measure. Show us the brand of the absolute.
I can't remember if you get the band if you recruit them, or if you have to kill them to get the band. But I remember they have a really nice intelligence headpiece that would go perfectly with my wizard, my blade singer. I do have a hard save right before here, so let's just, for shits and giggles.
It's dinner time, boys.
Probably would have been better to get them by surprise, but I just want to try it, just to see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have to kill him, Nigel. That's what I'm remembering as well. Mage armor is up.
Shall we dance?
One of these can be knocked down, and I can't remember which one. I'm in a wrong position for sure. I can't reach the targets from here. I probably can't move up, can I? Nope. I can jump, however. There we go. All right, better than nothing. Oh, it's saved.
Let's finish this. On the move.
Command. Halt. Flee or grovel. Yes! Okay. Oh, it only works for one turn? Oh no. Oh no! Bye-bye, Asterion. 'Twas nice to know thee. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. I'm not close enough to get an attack? That's not cool, bro. Not cool at all. Really?
You fighting them ogres, then you fighting with me.
Oh no, did we get ads? We got ads. I gotta load. I don't want the ads. Alright, let's go back. I do want to kill these guys though. I'm not gonna take them because I do want the I want the headpiece. But I do got to be strategic about this because I didn't take out the whole Goblin camp. So I'm going to get ads if I'm not careful about how I do this. This may take an attempt or two. Now, I can't remember.
Less you like trash. Then keep looking.
Must you? This inane chatter pains me.
I could have sworn one of these beams was destructible to like... Oh, it's that one right there.
Shut mouth. Head hurt.
Go for a good meal.
No! Don't go up any closer. Okay.
Ready for some good news.
Alright, so just push her into combat. Okay, that's fine.
Ready for this?
What comes now?
Oh no! Fuck, that was the, was that ads? What did we get? Apparently my kitty cat. Alright, we're all in. We're in it now. Okay, hang on.
Can't give up.
Let's not hold back.
Have to keep going.
Let's have some carnage.
Behold the dance of death.
Alright, Karlach, it's go time. Something over there.
Keep them guessing.
I might. My kitty cat's in the way. Alright, one down.
What should I do?
You should heal Karlach, is what you should do.
Take two.
Put him up.
Problem is they're gonna have advantage against me, which is not good, but it is what it is. Okay, that's.
Spill some blood. Time to push my luck again.
Alright, alright, alright. 2 down.
To concentrate.
We're actually not too bad on health. I'm gonna run the risk of. Oh, he saved, you son of a bitch.
Now this is my happy place. Cry about it.
We can handle it.
Let's do it. Never a dull moment.
Oh, we got this. I'll be taking your loot now. Okay.
Well, some rest's better than none.
Okay.
Better make camp soon. Might be a while before there's another chance to rest.
I wonder how the Warhorn works now, because, yeah, that's what I was looking at. Because they're toast now, so I guess we can't actually summon them. And we can give that to, let's give that to Astarion.
What now?
You, sir, go wear that cool helmet. But also turn it off so that you don't have to look hideous while wearing it. Because fashion is key, darling.
someone's diary. That might explain what happened here.
Okay. Diary. Dear diary, tell me what happened in this forsaken place. Oh, by the way, let's get rid of that rotten tomato. Alright. We have looted all the things. I think from here we can go... We need to go up here and then just go due west.
Oh, a game for surface children.
I'm probably gonna want to do camp rest before we go into the Goblin Encampment area, because there's a bunch of stuff that can go wrong in there, and I'm gonna want all my spells at my disposal. So let's go ahead and... Hey, the puppy dog showed up. Woof woof. Good boy, Scratch. Just a good boy. Oh, we forgot to go rescue the Owlheart. Owlheart? The Owl Bear Cub. We might have to go do that here in a bit. Oh no, wait, that's this one, not the one in the cave. That's the one that's here. I forgot. Never mind. We don't have to go to the cave. Although we could go to the cave if we wanted to. I haven't gone to the cave. Getting ahead of myself. Not remembering what's what.
Spare me a moment, if you please. I've something important
I
to
need a
discuss with
bath.
you. We've been traveling together for a while now, and it's just about time that I shared something with you.
Ruh-roh.
It's a rather personal matter that I'd have preferred to keep quiet, but needs must when the devil drives. I have no choice but to speak. You see, I have this condition. Very different from the parasite we share, but just as deadly.
What kind of condition?
The specifics are rather personal, but suffice it to say that it is a malady I've learned to live with, though not without some effort. What it comes down to is this. Every so often, I need to get my hands on a powerful magical item and absorb the weave inside.
I'm gonna need more details, buddy.
I can say no more on the matter. Not now, anyway. Just trust me when I say it's all of vital importance.
Sure it is.
It's been days since I last consumed an artifact. Since before we were abducted. It is time. And by that I mean, it's imperative that I find and consume strands of weave at the earliest possible juncture.
Where do you suggest we find such artifacts?
We've already done the finding. In fact, you have one in your possession. You know for yourself how hard-won such an item was, and it will be no easier when even more are required to assuage my hunger. There'll be danger involved, or great cost.
What exactly would I rescue? These are the numbers I barely know. I expect as much. Don't worry. Happy to help.
Splendid. Bit of boldness will serve us well. As luck would have it, you're already primed to give me exactly what I need.
Give Gale a magical artifact.
Thank you. That hit the spot. I can feel it work. The magic, it's like a lullaby that sings to sleep the demon inside. A metaphorical demon, I haste to point out, but no less dangerous. And no less bound to wake up again to continue its ravages. Such is the nature of all monsters.
Perhaps now you tell me what all this is in aid of.
Grateful as I am, the course of our camaraderie is much better served by not taking that particular detour.
Yeah, he's a trick.
Not just yet.
Just a little bit.
Sincerely, though. I understand I ask a lot from you with few answers in return. But in time, all will be told.
Glad I could help.
My lord, I bow to your boundless kindness.
Alright. I do believe we can talk to this old man down here real quick. Withers.
We meet again, as predicted. I shall be here in thy camp for whenever thou hast need of my services.
Not to be rude, but what are you?
There are many answers to that question. None are important.
Skeletons aren't supposed to be able to talk.
Correct.
He's technically not a skeleton. You can explain further?
No.
You were sorting through something before. What were you doing?
Beyond mortal realms, there doth exist an amalgamation of spirits akin to thine own, ensnared by the treacherous cult of the Absolute, felled in its name. They bear great discontentment with their destiny.
Right, JK.
For a mere pittance of coin, I might
Oh, that's right. He
summon
summons
the worthiest
mercenaries.
among them
I
to
forgot.
lend aid to thy undertaking. Should thou or any of thy
He
compatriots
can res
perish,
us.
I will cleave soul to body once more.
That's right. You can hire hirelings, and you can respec here. That's right. You can respec with him. You can hire mercenaries if you don't like your party members and completely customize those absurd mercenaries. And then you can, yeah, resurrection. Okay. Who's talking to Scratch? Is that? She's over there giving him scritches behind the ear. That's funny.
I like Gale, but I'm keeping all my good gear well out of sight. Everything fancy he touches meets a grisly end.
You're not wrong. Alright, I need to change to the chair. However, I have a sleeping kitty cat who I have to move, so give me a moment. Are you want to come back over here and sit on my lap? You never sit on my lap. What's up, honey? No, don't bite me. Come here. You can sit here in this chair. No, it's my chair. I need to sit down for a little while. Oh yeah, that's right. You can change your class and multi-spec, multi-class, all those things with that NPC. All right, let's get a good night's sleep. Oh, are we about to meet? Are we about to meet the hottie?
She's coming.
This chick is sexy as hell, man. I would happily sign a contract with her. Just saying.
Well, you've been naughty.
Oh, I could be so naughty,
And you know what
darling.
happens when you're naughty.
God damn it. Anyone but her.
Well, well, aren't you a luscious thing?
You flatterer.
Oh, Karlach and Will both.
Why, if I had a warm heart, I'm sure it would be skipping.
They both disapprove.
Call me Mizora. I'm Will's patron, the fount of his power. My pet's been unruly, and his leash needs a yank. We had a deal, Will. But Karlach's still breathing.
I've taken more pleasant shits than you, Mizora. And at least those can be buried after.
That's no kind of talk for a lady. By the way, Karlach, Zariel sends her regards.
You told me devils only. She's a tiefling, not a monster.
How precious. The little pupster's found his bark.
Clause G, Section 9. Target shall be limited to the infernal, the demonic, the heartless, and the soulless.
Karlach meets the criteria by virtue of having no heart.
No, do not bite. Stop biting. Alright, go over here. You have a major problem with wanting to bite. Alright, you better not lay a damn finger on Karlach.
Don't you worry. That ship has long sailed the Styx. But a defiant pup must still pay his price. To wit.
Will burns in the fires of Avernus. The lightning storms of Dis strike his flesh. His soul passes through each layer of the hells, gaining their essence and their torment.
That's better.
What the hells have you done?
A promise broken, a price paid. You know the terms.
Get used to the new form, pet.
There's no going back. Some magic even I can't undo.
Now, let's see how the frontiers fare without their precious blade.
Karlach, keep an eye on him, would you? I'll be keeping mine on you.
Oh, and Will, don't forget, our pact still stands. Ta-ta.
Ta-ta, dear. Hang on, I gotta check something. I had some pings on Discord. I gotta make sure that it's not spammers or something. Alright, we're good. Oh yeah, Karlach has something to say finally. Let's do a quick save. Make sure I don't screw this up, because I want to romance her.
I'll be honest, soldier. I'm reeling. Will hardly knows me, but he chose my life over his. Been a long time since someone stuck their neck out for me like that.
Yeah, I never have felt compelled to take Will in my party. He's a good man. maybe the best of us.
You can say that again. When he was chasing me through Avernus, I thought he was just another sad merc. How wrong I was. Copper for your thoughts?
What should we do with that infernal metal?
Damon told
Oh,
us
that's
to
right. We're
look
supposed to
out
go back
for
to
this stuff,
Damon.
right? Let's go find him.
How do
We
you
were
and
both
Zora know
parts
each
of
other?
Zariel's inner circle. Her by choice, me by force. In the grand scheme of things, I'm inconsequential to Zariel. Sure, I've got the engine, but I wasn't even her strongest fighter. But she favored me like a child favors a captive pet. Mizora envied the attention, I suppose. I'm sure when Zariel gave her the order to hunt me down, Mizora was delighted.
You think she'll keep coming after you?
I don't know. You'd think she'd have more important things to do. Devils and their pride.
Well, I need to go take her back to Damon. I forgot all about that.
God's damn her, straight back to the hells. Just look at me. I did what was right, and Mizora made me pay for
Hey,
it.
buddy, you signed a
I'd be
contract. I
hunting
don't really feel
devils
any
and
sympathy
demons, she
for
said.
you.
Traitors and hypocrites, heartless evils of all sorts, but not Zariel's victims. Not innocent tieflings.
Warlock pacts tend to be unforgiving from what you know of them. Will was lucky he didn't face a more severe punishment.
Blighted Frontiers has some explaining to do.
I'll say what I can, but it won't be enough. It's Mizora who grants me the power to conjure armor and cast eldritch blasts. Before I was infected, I could even call hell beasts and summon festering clouds. But I promise you, every thrust of my blade and every flame I sparked was for the good of the coast.
Uh-huh. What are the terms of your pact?
I can't utter the terms or circumstances of the pact. I can tell you most all else, but the pact, I'm forbidden, unless Mizora permits it. But I'll say this. The moment I pacted myself to Mizora, I have not regretted for a heartbeat. It was my proudest deed. It was worth the sacrifice. All I can give you on that is my solemn word.
Alright, no other conversations to have at the party at the moment. Let's do a quick save and finish the rest. Oops.
Tonight, you can't chase the thoughts of that poor girl you killed from your head. You wonder what she looked like as she died. Squirming, skewered in abject agony.
Go for a walk to try and stop yourself from retching.
Your body barely complies. You feel such rushes from your thoughts of the dead woman. Why did she die? The mystery gnaws at your pounding.
Oh, who's this mofo?
Me lord, jubilant day. I have found your vile self at last. Sceleritas fell. Your loyal and ever-adoring butler. I followed you, my dear rotted master. We have been parted so tragically long.
What in the hell do you mean you're my butler?
Oh, one hell of a butler. The most unprincipled servant you could hope for. You have always struggled to conduct yourself properly without me. I found you following the stench of that bard. She reeked across the coast like a piece of dog muck on the road.
Did you cause me to kill her? How about I didn't kill her? It happened when I was asleep.
Ah, yes, my lord has always had some spontaneous little outbursts of joy.
Dude, he's got a snake skeleton around his hat.
Anyways, I come once again bearing a part of your dreadful inheritance.
What the hell?
You earned this iniquitous prize through your great show of exceptional violence the other night. I'm sure Master will be better soon. A fellow of your fine breeding is never down for long. I cannot wait until your next act of shameless barbarity.
Oh, piss off, buddy. Not likely. I'm already disgusted at myself for killing her.
Oh, it was wonderfully disgusting, wasn't it? Be
I don't know
true to
anything about
yourself,
it.
my lord.
No, I've never seen this guy. I've never done the Dark Urge before. So that's a fun little note. If you pay attention when they're sleeping, the elves are doing this while they're laying down, and that's something that players who don't know Dungeons and Dragons might not know. But in Forgotten Realms, elves don't actually sleep, so they meditate, right? So everybody else takes a long rest, and they just go into this meditative trance. Yeah, it's a really cool, subtle detail that they don't explain. Like, it's never, I don't think it's ever explained in the game. But it's there if you notice it and you know the lore. It's like an Easter egg. So they gave me a piece of gear. I wonder if I wear that, if it's gonna affect my character. Like, am I choosing to embrace the Dark Urge if I wear this? That is a pretty cool looking cloak. Just to see what it just a taste. Just a taste. I need to go talk to Demon because we've got a piece of that infernal metal for Karlach.
How fares the search?
Found that infernal iron you mentioned.
Please let this work.
The weight of it. And that blaze of chaos. Can't imagine this where my heart should be. Must be quite the experience. Give me just a moment. And I think...
Yeah, he did say that, JK. You can res at him if you don't have the scrolls.
There. You'll have to install it, I'm afraid.
It reminds me, in like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 as well, you could go back to the temples if you could make one, if one person could make it out.
That feels good. I'm still burning hot as hell's hole, but I feel less changeable. Cheers, mate.
Pleasure. And as for the heat, I haven't got any solutions now, but I'm not giving up. Could be if the combustion chamber had its own insulation, or if we had some kind of enchanted coolant. Find me again in Baldur's Gate. If I'm worth my salt, I'll have figured something out by then. Take care, Karlach. And hopefully the next time I see you, I'll have something promising to report. Pocket any infernal iron you find along the way.
Copy that.
Druids. Who uses wooden tools?
No, come here, Karlach. I need to talk to you.
This is ridiculous. Damon's upgrade didn't cool me down, but it did juice me up. I don't think I've ever felt more powerful.
I still can't touch you, though.
Do you want to?
Damn right I do.
I'd like that. Now, let's find that infernal iron before I overheat.
Booyah!
What's on your mind?
Gotta flirt a little bit. Alright.
I think I'd make a fine teacher, or a baker, or a butcher. Butcher?
Right, due west. My kitty cat. Purr. How close am I to Ding? About 3/4 of the way. Man, I should have sold while I was back there. Fresh meat. Probably a good place to do a hard save.
Goblins ahead.
The war drum.
Shove out the claw! Drow coming through!
That's right. Oh, I don't even have to deal with a conversation. I forgot all about that if you're a drow. You can just walk right into the camp. Oh, that's awesome. I forgot all about that. I remember I was doing a drow sorcerer on my last playthrough. I forgot that you could just waltz through the gate. That's great. You don't have to do the work poop.
Hear my voice. Obey my command. The voice is irresistible. You recognize the overwhelming authority that you've used on others, only infinitely stronger, and turned against you. Your vision clouds, leaving you in a dark, featureless shadowscape. Nothingness in every direction. Then there are 3 figures before you. An armored male elf, exuding power and command. A handsome younger man with a quick, easy smile. And a pale young woman with even paler eyes.
These are my chosen.